Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the live. May God bless all of you. May the Holy Spirit continually watch and protect every one of you. And then I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for delivering me from the hands of the enemy. I want to thank the Holy Spirit for always guiding me and giving me discernment. And I want to take a moment just to um, celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk. I've watched his debates many times on YouTube. I've watched him on Alan Jackson when he did that debate with Alan Jackson, um, and just seen excerpts all over the internet, whether it's on Twitter, formerly known as X, YouTube, Instagram. He's just always spreading positive message. And a lot of people will say that, it's hate from Charlie Kirk, but to be honest with you, it depends on how you take it. If you don't want to take it in a positive light and learn from something from a debate someone is carrying on, then yes, it can come off as hate. If you're a conservative and you're a Christian and you hear it spoken, then and you have the discernment, then it sounds like the word of God. So just want to give a shout out to Charlie Kirk's family and all the people that worked for him, that has been around him, the lives that he had affected. And I pray that the Holy Spirit would accept him in his bosoms and accept him in heaven. I pray that more people would have discernment as to the things that they say on the internet, because I see a lot of people. Um, I see a lot of people just off, off. Sorry, I have a dog, so he likes to try to come on the carpet and be nosy when I'm doing these videos. So we just want to have a little moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And again, no one. What's up, guys? Major shout out to Brazil. Suyak, I can't pronounce your name. Sujazak YT. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to butcher your name, my brother. Shout out to Brazil. I'm Jamaican, so we love everything Brazil. We love soccer. We love Brazilian women. Shout out to Darth Margus. Wow, go on, see it. Welcome welcome my youth. Darth Margus, welcome to the live. Welcome Anthony Nelson Strokes. What's up? Welcome. Donna, welcome to the live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kevin Berry, I'm I'm doing fine. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you. Thank you. For all the people that always come back to the live, thank you very much. For definitely, Darth Magnus say he loves Jamaica. I love Jamaica too. I'm an American, but I still love Jamaica. Jesus is Lord says, Bomba clock to the chat. That's his best version of a Jamaican curse word. Samuel L. Jackson, welcome to the live. I appreciate everyone. You guys know that I also do a section called Two-Way Gun Talk where I talk about, different stuff as it pertains to the two-way movement, trying to get people more involved in firearms, in the very good side of the firearms. Not at, Jesus is Lord says, I love Trinidad, so do I. Some beautiful woman, love the curry. I love Trinidad and Tobago. I used to run track. I used to run at the Carifta Games. I've been to Trinidad more than a few times. Love Trinidad. Yes, Bumbleclad is a curse word. It is. Sort of like F, in America. It's just, that's how it is. Carl Smart said he's going to smoke some weed and stay cool. I personally don't smoke. I was in law enforcement for a while. Now I'm in the medical industry. So I try to I stay away from drug. I ran track all my life in college and professionally for a short period of time. Always injury prone, so didn't go too far. Can you please shout out my brother Frey Gagot? He beat cancer. So Polish Warrior said he can shout out to his brother. So shout out to Faye Gagat. He beat cancer. And listen, I'm in medical school now, so we talk a lot about cancer. Cancer is no joke. Whether it pertains to women or men, it's no joke. So if you have the grit to go through cancer, chemotherapy, all the therapies that go through that, the way chemotherapy makes you feel, and all that stuff, man, shout out to your brother. And if he beat that, I know what he went through. I personally know what he went through. So shout out to Polish Warrior. Everybody give a shout out to Polish Warrior, man. Thank you, James Sterling. I appreciate you. Foreskin Gamer. He's trolling me. How do you know he's trolling me? I don't assume what people are doing. I take people for face value and for their word when they come on here. So I just assuming it's good faith. Somebody wouldn't make a joke or troll like that. All right. So regardless, cancer is no joke. I see it. I study it every day. I see what smoking can do. Just breast cancer in women, early detection, testicular cancer in men. Man, you guys have to go and you have to check once a month. When you're in the bathroom, guys, I know it sounds weird and you have the soap and water, just reach down to them testicles, feel them around in your hand. If you feel any irregular movement, guys, any irregular shape on top of the testicles, guys, go get checked. Go get testicular check. If you're over 50 or you need to get a testicular, you need to get your prostate check. All right. If you're 40 and you have testicular cancer that run in your family, guys, you need to get checked. For females, same thing. If you're standing in the bathroom, the first thing you need to do, if you're in the chat, you need to stand in front of the mirror and look. First, look to see if any irregularities on your breast. Next thing you want to do is start palpating different parts of the breast. Men, you can also do this. All right, you can palpate your chest if you feel any hardness, any irregular hard shape. If women, if you see any dimpling, meaning the nipples push back in, or if you see any kind of like dimples around the areola, then you guys want to go and get that checked. We're not just here for the 2A movement. I'm here for everybody that comes into my live and come to hear me talk. This is my space, and I don't mind talking. I don't mind giving some of my medical expertise to some of the people that are here. So yes, Unc Andy, you need to squeeze those balls. Please squeeze them for me. Squeeze your own balls. Make sure you got soap and water on them. Put them in your hand, squeeze them, and check for any irregular shapes, any bumps, anything that feels some type of way. All right, this is for the men out there. You're never too late to check to see if you have testicular cancer, okay? So major shout out. Again, thank you for everybody that jumping on the live. I appreciate every one of you. You guys could be anywhere else. Y'all know that, right? And you guys chose to come over here and spend your time with me. Today, we're going to watch The Godfather Trump. First of all, before I go on, please let me give a moment of silence for my man, Charlie Kirk. I watched Charlie Kirk for a while, and I've always seen his programs. I've watched his debate. I've watched him for hours. And honestly, man, I don't think this man has any hate in him like that. The way that the people are portraying him like he's this hateful guy and he's against black people. You can find a video where it sounds like he's talking against black, but if you dig deep and absolutely smoking the Kirk pack, come on, man, Brian, stop that, Brian G. We don't do that. We're not smoking any. We don't do that. We're adults over here. All right, so please. RD2D, if you have three of those, man, you need to see a doctor. I can't help you. And regular checking off the testes is not going to help you if you have three, my friend. One is an overgrowth. You definitely need to see a doctor. Charlie was a weirdo. This was okay. I'll try my best, Mike. Xavier Perez, keep them, bro. That's awesome. You want to keep three balls? If you keep three balls, my friend, you need to go see a doctor. That's because Brian's a loser and a lefty loser. All right, whether they're a lefty loser or righty conservative, guys, we welcome everybody over here. It's a safe space for everybody. But unless you're saying some really low down stuff, we don't really do that. We try to keep it mature out here. We try to keep it logical. We try to keep it clean. That's literally how I see it, man. But I normally do this session in the evening while I'm studying. I'm always watching the news. And for me, I've always said it in any of my lives that I don't take my news from secondary sources. Why take it from a secondary source when you can watch Forbes News? You can watch, the president talk directly to you. I don't want CNN to tell me what he says. I don't want Fox to tell me what he says. I can see it for myself. I don't just watch news in the United States. I watch Australian news, Indian news. You want to see what other countries think of the United States, what other countries think of your president, because we might be here thinking that our president is great, you know, the left might think that he's such a terrible person, but then you watch the news in England, Britain, you watch the news in Australia, you watch the news in Ireland, and they love Donald Trump. Like nothing he can do is wrong. And they're like, yo, we need to do this for our country. So regardless of what you say, other people have difference of opinion, and you can actually accept what other people say without, you know, without being violent. And I hope the people on the left definitely sees this. And I'm a two-way advocate, so I don't ever advocate for violence. Unless violence is presented to me, I never return violence. You know what I mean? If me and you get into a conversation, I'm going to let you hit me first. Most definitely. I will not put my hand on you first. You know, I will let you hit me first, but once I retaliate, you're done. Like there is no, and I think that's how it is for a lot of conservative. I think the left has been doing some things. You know, we had the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. We just had them assassinate, Charlie Kirk. You know, and you know they've just been going above and beyond what they're capable of doing. You know what I mean? To show how low they can go. And I'm glad to see how the right and conservative and Republicans are reacting. We're not reacting with any violence, and we are the ones who have most of the guns. We are the ones who have the training. You know what I mean? We are the 2A movement. And I'm not promoting anything like that, but I'm saying, you know, the right can get violent. Just because we're Christians and we're conservative don't mean that we can't get busy. You know what I mean? We can get busy if we really want to, but that's not where we want to go. We want to use what Charlie Kirk did: open up dialogue, have differences, but still try to come to a mediation. You know, a level eye and feel where we might not even see eye to eye, but we both express how we feel and we move on with life. You know, but I've noticed that a lot of the left and they can't handle it. You tell them the truth and they freak out. When they can't answer a question, what they do, they start screaming and breaking stuff and crying and now shooting, which is kind of crazy to me. Use your vowels, like Charlie tried to explain to you. You can express. That's why freedom of speech is great in the country. You can say whatever you want. You shouldn't be allowed to be killed for it. It just doesn't make any sense. And with that says, man, I'm not gonna go on because I can get into a two-way talk about that. That could be another topic, man. So with that said, man, we're gonna watch a Godfather talk, and every now and then while he says something, I might jump in, and give my 2 cents. Guys, if you want to support the channel, man, I do this all the time. It really doesn't take a lot for me because I love politics. I have a master's in politics in criminal justice. Now I'm in the medical field. So this is easy for me. I can go and sit down and talk with the best of them about anything in politics, any part of politics, any part of the judicial system, any part of Congress. I'm not a politician. Maybe later on in life I might run for local government, but for now, I just do YouTubes, man. It's a lot of fun for me. So, and all of these are just my opinion. So guys, we're gonna watch the Godfather talk about a topic you guys just saw. And with that said, guys, if you guys want to support the channel, like, subscribe, share the video. If you want to give a monetary contribution, greatly appreciated. With that said, let's go.
Safe task force, and it's very important because of the crime that's going on, not only in Memphis, in many cities. We're going to take care of all of them, step by step, just like we did in DC. We have virtually no crime in DC right now. And we're gonna keep it that way. It's our nation's capital.
Troublemaker, what you doing? Huh? I see you over here with your tongue out the whole time. What kind of trouble you getting into over here? I see you, buddy. I see you. What you doing? Did you drink water? Huh? You need to go drink some water. You keep looking at me. Go drink the water. Huh? Come on, come on. Let's go. Come on. You want water? Water. Come on, get some water. I haven't seen you drinking water. Hey,
those are those textures that I want that makes you feel like even your home can come alive in the fall.
you don't need any more. Stop.
You
clearly don't. Off. Don't come up here.
You
clearly don't need any water.
We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who is involved in all cities to his business. And I said, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows.
You need something to do.
Another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walk there, I said, you know, I don't want to do this again, I never want to do it again, and they won't let me walk there. They take them in armored vehicles, they take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles, like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the US, this shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's gonna be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners, they're doing things that they haven't done in years. The effort will include the National Guard as well as the FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE, Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Marshals, and more along the prosecutors. We're gonna have DOJ led by a U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, who is here or not here? Who's that person here? That person is gonna be very busy. So we're gonna have U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and most importantly, Pam Bondi's here. She's heading it up, and she's doing an unbelievable job in every respect beyond this. So also worked with some of the members of the team right here on DC, and we're very proud of that effort. We essentially had the crime down to a very low rate in 12 days, and within another 10 days after that, it was so incredible. And it continues at that level. We're gonna continue. We have to, because it's our capital. This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally to restore public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're gonna get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you. A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk. It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down to see what the hell is going on. Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing one by one time, but we want to go quickly. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We're going to lose places like, you go to St. Louis. We're going to lose St. Louis. We're not going to lose. We want to save these places. You're going to lose them. It was the way the man said it. He was a very high quality man. I said, "Who would you do next?" He said, "Sir, do Chicago. You don't want to lose Chicago." We're not going to lose Chicago. So we're going to have to go very big, and we're going to go probably, we're thinking about it for next year. We're going to hold it off. We're going to do some of the smaller ones. And the truth is, our people are so good. Gaddy, you're doing a great job wherever you may be. We're doing so good that I don't think we need too much practice, right? But we got to go and save our big cities, our great cities. Chicago's a great city, and we're going to make it great again very soon. And I think we can do that. Despite the tremendous size, I think we can do a real job, and we're going to give you the resources that you need. So with that, I'd like to just end by saying we're going to make Memphis safe again, and I'd like to ask Governor Bill Lee to say a few words, and then Pam can talk, and anybody else you'd like to talk to. We'll go through the whole list. We have all day long if we have to, because this is a very important thing. We have to save our country from violent crime. So Bill?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. First of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city, and it has a great history,
Yes.
and a great legacy. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with Joe Bondi, we realized that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city and the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're gonna see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't, just like we did in DC. They plummeted, nobody can even believe it. And they're gonna plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job too, but this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right, gotta keep it.
Sustained crime lowering, and that, with this effort, I believe we can get there, we can finally get there for that city.
Yeah, we're gonna have it sustained, long time. And your people are gonna get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. Started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we go in for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to DC and took over the city of DC, working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority. All of the agencies represented here today got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of DC, and DC is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, you have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. And working Stephen and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gowdy Sralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency but for the t-shirt they're wearing, because everyone's working hand in hand, and that's why we've been so successful. We're gonna do that in Memphis, and we're gonna get crime off the streets.
That's good. Thank you, Peter. Great
Thanks,
job.
President.
Christie?
Mr. President, Memphis has a high number of trafficking, significant human traffickers, child exploitation, drug trafficking. The local gangs there are extremely dangerous, and I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our Attorney General and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis, we're going to see every city get safer, because we're going to see those ties to other criminals that we're going to get out of the country. So we're a nation of laws, and sir, thank you for caring about every single city.
Thank you, Christie. Really nice. And what makes it to me so exciting is the success we had here so quickly. And, you know, we've taken close to 1,500 people out of DC. But when I saw the result happen so quickly, and so many people are so thankful, and people that you pass them every day and they're fine, all of a sudden they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened, and continues to be what happened in DC. And so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Look, we're sending in a lot of help. These cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has, what the success we've had here has made it to me much more exciting, because I think we're going to have proportional. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people, we have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming, said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous.
When you secure your firearms, you create the time and space to confront a suicide crisis. No matter when or how you served, we all face our own monsters. We are veterans, warriors, survivors. Keep it secure.
There's a need, here's another one from a director of a Memphis-based crime prevention organization, there's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're gonna lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, then another, within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. Said I got a gun put in my face, then I went someplace else, I had another gun put in my face. I was scared, it never happened to me, I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one, I honestly thought he was going to kill me. Said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car, you got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have in this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you had asked us to go quietly into these cities to help set the landscape, to work with the interagency, and to make America safe again. And we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat. And the results are only as good as the prosecutions.
So it's official, the legislature just called a special election November 4th, Proposition 50, the Election Rating Response Act, responding to what just happened in Texas. Donald Trump and Greg Abbott trying to rig the 2026 congressional elections before even one vote is cast. They also just announced they're going to invest over $100 million to defeat this initiative, and that's why we need your help. We need your support, $3, $5, $10, whatever you can afford to stand up to Trump, to stand up for the rule of law, and to push back against the rule of Don.
Has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great coasts to secure the city. We are very proud to be here, to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard being willing to go in and stand strong.
Not at all. Not at all. And get ready because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled. Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor is telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our 2 great senators to say a few words?
Of course, Mr. President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best staffs they have had in years this past August. Last month, it was the best August they have had. It's because of the work that's been done. And now to have a new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we address it, and I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks to the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Department there too, who all worked closely to bring this together. I look forward to tremendous results.
And I want to thank the FBI for the last 4 or 5 months, because they have brought down the numbers quite a bit. Chicago here and a couple of other places that we can talk about later if anybody wants to. Could I ask you two guys, Terry, Gaddy, to have a couple of words also? You really did lead the charge here, and you've done such a great job. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for always supporting law enforcement. I think the major difference here in Washington, D.C. has been your support for law enforcement, has been empowering the men and women that are on the street working every single day. And I look forward to not only going to Memphis, but other places in Tennessee as well. And I think you'll hear from us real soon, Mr. President. Thank you for your support, sir.
We have plenty of places.
Yes, sir, we do.
You know the country very well. That's great. Thank you, Jude. Please,
Mr.
Gary.
President, I just want to say that we're honored, once again, to lead the charge with the United States Marshal Service, leading and joining 22 other federal agencies. I can say that today, we spoke with over 30 of the local agencies, letting them know what to expect, giving them templates that we've done here in DC, so they know what to expect. They're extremely excited. I think everyone is going to be well receiving the law enforcement surge that we're about to take to Memphis.
Good job.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna ask one of the best lawyers in the country. He is one of the best. Todd, say a few words, please. He is a great lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, look, I think it's been said for the past 15 minutes, the president ran on making this country safe again, and we do not make this country safe again unless we go into our cities where there's the most violent among us and go street by street and block by block and arrest the men and women in this country that are destroying cities and communities for the rest of us. And so what we plan on doing, as the governor said and the senator just said, this has been a problem in Memphis for a long time. We plan on delivering Memphis back to the citizens that are there to raise their families, to go to church, to be in their communities. That's our goal, and that's what we plan on doing, whether it takes 2 weeks or 2 years. That's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Tom. You great, Stephen Miller. Please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr.
For the
President.
same promotion you do on Tom. That's hard to do. I think it's gonna be hard to do.
President Trump's initiative here in Washington, D.C., it's important to understand, is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history. But just think about it for a second. In 30 days, President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history. Something that people had not been able to do in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team the president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear. The power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families. The power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a trained Nicaragua killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you behind bars, to take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be part of this team under your leadership as you saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over, let's sign that bill. You want to say anything about our great military real fast? He's what a job he's doing this time.
Mr. President, so our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from DC, they're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face, and yet he's a killer. That face, beautiful face, and he's a total killer. I don't know how you do it. Look, you great. Everybody here is on All right, here we go. Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Do have
sir.
any- Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very
No, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions, please? Yeah, buddy.
First of all, you got to.
Did they take down the blue tent?
Yes, sir.
Last time he hit me with a blue tent, and nobody knew what he was talking about. We found out, right? And he was gone the next day, and they had a lot of, that was not so easy. They had, that's a violent, radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I've heard a lot of comments with doing that. They still have their First Amendment right, though, they're still out there protesting. You've got an amazing team behind you, you've done an awesome job for DC. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today, really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're gonna run around town looking for that one person that says, we don't want Donald Trump in our city. What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, you know, because I saw them doing some interviews and it looked like they were looking, but they were very, in fact, that producer, the person, I think they lost their jobs because everybody was saying we want Trump to be there, they want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell, they're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made the statement, I said, you know, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? You know, he's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time, but, and as I was saying it, I said, you know, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. We went for years where at least one person was killed. Now you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0, as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure, the country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, you know, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy, and they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, you know, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based. They were rough-looking, they were tough-looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brett.
When you bring a ruggable rug into your space, you're bringing in more than just a rug. With Ruggable, you can let new best friends in. Let
Find what's going on. Do you have plans, and actually this is a great opportunity with all of these, do you plan on designating Antifa family a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think, but I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%, and others also, by the way, but Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can make?
There are other groups, yeah, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, you know, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It's just bought for the purposes, and they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore, and they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture. If somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. Do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, oh, you know, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place too. The people, there were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask you
Yeah,
one
sure.
comment and one on Charlie Kirk? You floated potentially going into St. Louis. You mentioned you want to go to Chicago next. Could St. Louis be up for Chicago?
It's gonna be around there someplace. We gotta save St. Louis. We gotta save these things. This isn't like, you know, we're gonna do something. We have to save St. Louis. We have to save Chicago. I know all about Chicago. I have a great, beautiful building. I'm so proud of it. But, you know, you get less proud when you see all the crime. When they announced 2 weeks ago, 11 people killed, this is over a weekend. I think they said 38 people shot, 11 people dead. And then you watch Pritzker get up and say, we've got crime under control. And I will say that Cash and the FBI did a good job. With a very light force, they went in, and for about 4 months, Cash or so, they've been working on keeping crime down. They have brought the numbers down a little bit. But those are the easy numbers. You know, the first 20-25% are the easy numbers. That's where it gets. Then you have to bring in the big forces, right? Which is what we always intended to do. But I think the FBI's done a very good job. In particular, in Memphis and Chicago, they brought it down a little bit, like 20% and 25%. Like, I guess it's not so little, but we have a long way to go. We think Chicago is going to be next, and we'll get to St. Louis also.
And on Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And New Orleans, we want to get to too.
Your FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk's assassin worked alone or if he worked with.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet, because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the internet. And it seems like he has wonderful parents, brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks, great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. A lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you understand, I think very well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
Venezuela, Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. What you have to do is look at the cargo that was like it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place. And it was, plus we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. We're just very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing. And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip. But you can actually see it, but you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why. Meaning no drugs are coming across, probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that. I think the fishing business probably been hurt, but there are literally no boats. This was a boat, and we were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea, but they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're gonna be stopping them too. When they come by land, we're gonna be stopping them the same way we stop the boats. And you'll see that, but maybe by talking about it a little bit, it won't happen. If it doesn't happen, that's good. But when they killed 300,000 people in our country last year, and we're not letting it happen anymore.
And then on Israel, did Bibi Netanyahu speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking
No.
Hamas?
No, he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
How did you learn it?
Same way you did. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that the shooter was radicalized online.
I think so. You know, by the way, when I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that? And how's that?
I'm gonna have to ask, I don't know, I'd ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd could give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
You know, and President Trump, I've always told parents, you gotta watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online, what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online, they're all on their phones all the time. Parents have gotta monitor that, because this starts when you're young. This starts when you're young, when you listen to these groups, when you watch these shows, and parents have got to just be vigilant. So sure, that's part of it, and they're meeting kids online who they think are kids, and they can be anywhere in the world and talking to them, and yeah, they are being radicalized.
You know, he went bad, and he just went bad very quickly in a sense, because he sort of led a very normal life, a life of, you know, great education, schools, everything else, but somewhere along the line, something happened. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. How will you send the National Guard into Chicago without cooperation of the governor and the mayor?
Well, if they do cooperate, that's good. If they don't, it's not gonna matter to us at all. You know who wants to help us? Police department. They have no respect for the governor. They have no respect for the mayor. They respect us. And we found that in Washington. You know, we haven't had total support in Washington from government, as you know, from everybody. I don't want to say the mayor because she's better than most, but we haven't had great, but we have had great support from the Metropolitan Police. They're like brothers of these people. They're really like brothers. You see that, they work together. And so if the governor wants to support, as I said to Bill, it's gonna be his proudest moment, what he's gonna do, the governor of Tennessee, what's gonna happen with Memphis. In 3-4 weeks, we'll stand together and we'll say, look at this, the crime has almost disappeared, maybe completely disappeared. In Washington, they don't even know how to record it because
Diablo's Metal Demon Drill Bits, the only bits you'll ever need. Revolutionize your toolbox with the industry's first 3-in-1 bit. Diablo's Metal Demon replacing black oxide, titanium, and cobalt bits. Conquering iron, carbon, and even stainless steels with ease. Visit DiabloTools.com to learn more and elevate your metal drilling experience.
She on Friday for confirmation of that, and you know, frankly, more importantly, a big deal. And we've had very good meetings. As you know, we were in Europe, our people, Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer, and others. And it was a very big meeting with China. And you know, they're treating us with respect. We treat them with respect too. But it was very successful. And on top of it, we have what could be a very good deal. Don't forget, I've had more people say, could you try and keep TikTok alive? I use TikTok, I mean, I have to admit it, in the election, and look how I did with you. No Republicans come close. I blew everyone away. You know, if you look back, not so long ago, Romney, he got like 7% of the youth. I got like 8 times that amount. I got tremendous numbers of youth. By the way, I want to say, Charlie helped me, and Charlie was the one, get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I had somebody named TikTok Jack, and he put that camera, he said, just a real quick statement, so like 10 seconds or less. They didn't like anything over 10 seconds, but it worked. But Charlie is the one that really, and my son Barrett also. And I have to say, Don, Eric, the whole group, it's important. And it can maybe even bring us closer to China. We had a very good meeting with China. I was surprised. I didn't expect it. to that extent. And I'm gonna speak again with President Xi on Friday, and, you know, I think that'll confirm things up.
Charlie Kirk and crime. On Charlie Kirk, do you plan to speak at the funeral, and what was your message?
Well, I'm going on Sunday, we're taking a whole plane load, and having, I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're gonna have a stadium. And I bet that stadium is gonna be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's gonna be big, but I'm gonna be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I know him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right. And he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. You know, Turning Point it became a very big deal, and I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, if 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places, numbers that, nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit, and Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, "Sir," I think it was Phoenix, "Sir, could you get to Phoenix?" This was like in a day. I said, "Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You called me asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie." But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be stripped of her community assignments?
I would say, I think she's a disgraceful person. I think she's a disgraceful person, loser. It's amazing the way people, I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world, I don't know, they got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last couple incidents, this flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be the trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down, up and down the streets of DC?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, so that'll happen, but I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. Freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. As you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody who burns the American flag go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately, but the freedom of speech protected them, right? And that's been argued a couple of times, and it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon, and that's the violence. They incite violence. So I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine, and all of a sudden they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either, but I will say it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech, use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you have to see, these people were going at it. And you can burn other things and people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and on both sides. But the level of violence I saw this flag burning cause was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, man. Right?
Well, there's also groups called Trans-Tifa. So perhaps if you can label them a domestic terrorist group, then you can, in all reality, you could take that flag down
think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you bet. Anyway.
Memorandum said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar?
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar. As I say, I call it Qatar, you call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually, you're allowed to go. The Emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago, where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very interesting.
7 surprising reasons this engraving pen outsells all other DIY gifts. My wife surprised me with this, and now I'm hooked with this exciting hobby. She read online that engraving helps to relax and relieve stress, enhances attention, thinking, and memory. For a DIY enthusiast like me, this pen is the perfect gift. I tried it on every surface, and it's very light, and my hand doesn't get tired even if I engrave all day. After all, you can engrave a picture or text on the most ordinary item and make it unique. You can even earn from it by selling your work. But the best part is you won't need to search for anything else. It includes 30 bits, so as soon as you unbox it, you can start engraving on any surface you want. If you're not sure if it's the best gift, you can buy it without any risk. Over 100,000 people have already discovered this solution to the gift-giving dilemma. Plus, it comes with a love it guarantee and a special buy one get 150% off. Don't miss out on this offer. Check availability now before it's sold out.
For the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking.
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems in this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
I'm really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs, and they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yeah, so what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organize doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They organize drop points for weapons, organize drop points for gas masks, organize drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will not be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away. That's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer. Really, it's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens up. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking that. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great. They're, you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. Now, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly, but at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Weaker than expected jobs report to the president rebranding the Pentagon. It's been another jam-packed week of news. For analysis, we turn now to the analysis of Brooks and Bowie. That's David Brooks and Jamel Bowie, both columnists at the New York Times. Jonathan Capehart is away this evening. It's good to see you both. So as we reported, the August jobs report is out today, and the numbers are fairly bleak. The U.S. economy added just 22,000 jobs last month, well short of forecasts. The unemployment rate ticked up to its highest number in 4 years. A setback for President Trump, David, but it could, on the other hand, bolster his argument that the Fed should cut interest rates when it meets later this month. How do you see it?
Well, inflation is still over what the Fed wants. It's 2.9 and they want to set a target of 2. So they're in a bit of a pickle. They might cut a little, but 25 basis points, but it's hard to see them cutting a lot more because of the inflation threat. This is caused by, as Austin Goolsbee sort of suggested earlier in the program, I think it's caused by uncertainty about the tariffs, but then also the cuts in immigration. 2025 could be the first year in American history where America loses population. And immigrants, whether you like high immigration or don't, they're an economic boon to the country. And if you take away all that labor, you're taking away a source of economic strength. One of the things that was more interesting about the report was that the number of manufacturing jobs lost last month was 12,000. And that brings the total number of lost manufacturing jobs under the Trump administration to 78,000 people. That's not what he was promising when he was running. So he's really not helping. And finally, the most depressing thing for me, and the most concerning, is attitudes about what's happening. The Wall Street Journal had a poll out earlier this week where they asked people, do you think there's a chance, any chance, your living standard will go up? Only 25% of Americans say that. That's the lowest level since 1986. Something weird has happened about people's view of the country and the economy. There's a way to predict how people will view the economy based on economic statistics. And up until COVID, the statistics and the consumer sentiment rose and fall together. After COVID, they're totally diverged. The economic statistics look pretty good, but the people's view of the economy is cratering. And that's just a generalized loss of faith, the growth of pessimism.
Yeah. And Jamel, for the first time since 2021, there are now more unemployed Americans than job openings. What does that tell us about the direction of the labor market, and how does it shape the larger political debate?
Well, the labor market's clearly weakening, and I think that it is something that is going to be a real challenge for the administration. It's, I think, important to recognize that Trump won re-election or won this second term on essentially an economic argument. I will lower the cost of goods and services, I will ensure prosperity, and he won narrowly on that basis. And if his term thus far has been characterized by job losses, by slowdowns, by rising inflation, by the exact opposite of what he promised, this, to me, signals that the administration and the president's party is simply in trouble going into the end of this year and the beginning of next year, and the beginning of midterm elections. Say nothing of the upcoming elections in New Jersey and Virginia, where we'll start to get a sense of where the public stands with regards to Republican governance.
The president seizing on these jobs numbers to hammer the Fed and to hammer Democrats, how effective is that line of attack?
I think it probably pleases people to hammer the Fed. I mean, if they're unelected, a lot of people don't like it, Republicans don't like it. But just to give Jerome Powell credit where it's due, never before in American history have we brought down inflation without a recession. And he did it, along with the other Fed governors. So I think that what they've achieved over the last several years, to me, is kind of remarkable. But no president likes the Fed because he wants the Fed to pump down interest rates, if you can pump down something, and in order to boost the economy for an election. But that's precisely why we have an independent Fed.
Right.
Well, on that point, I mean, President Trump's nominee for the open Fed governor role, Stephen Myron, at his confirmation hearing this past week, said he wouldn't fully resign his position at the White House while filling this vacant seat on the Federal Reserve's board, if confirmed. So how troubling is this dual role arrangement for the institutional independence of the Fed?
I mean, I would call it very troubling. It's very clear that the president wants to undermine Fed independence, and he's trying to do everything he can to make that happen. The accusations against Lisa Cook, the supposed firing of Cook is part of this, and I would consider this another attack on Fed independence for exactly the reasons David described. He wants to lower rates. He wants essentially the Fed to act as a kind of backstop to his own irresponsible set of economic policies with regards to tariffs and immigration.
Well, say more about that, this notion that the president is treating independent economic bodies as tools of political strategy rather than tools of technocratic governance.
Yeah, I mean, he's a personalist. He thinks the office of the presidency is not something that belongs to the American people, but it belongs to him. And this has been a pretty consistent theme, in fact, amazingly consistent theme throughout his entire administration. And we relied on the idea that some things are sacred, some things you just don't know. There are lines. We all have these, like in journalism. We're not going to be journalists and also run for office as a Democrat or Republican. We're just not going to do that. There's a line. And the fact that they weren't intuitively and instinctively appalled by the idea of crossing that line shows that just the norm has gone away.
As we reported earlier this evening, President Trump signed an executive order today renaming the Defense Department the Department of War, his latest move to project military toughness. You can see the old sign there at the Pentagon coming down. Jamel, what does this rebranding suggest about, or rather, how should we understand the symbolism behind all of this as we also look at the administration's policy and its approach using the military?
Yeah, part of me wants to say that this is just kind of silly. I mean, first of all, the executive order specifically says you can call the Department of Defense Department of War as well if you want to, but officially it is still the Department of Defense, right? That's established by congressional statute. That's not something the president can kind of just change unilaterally. I suppose you can say that beyond whatever PR thing he's looking at, it's supposed to signal the return of, as Secretary of Defense, I'm not going to call him Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says, maximum lethality. And I suppose it's demonstrated by the recent attack on the boat, allegedly of Venezuelan drug dealers. But as has emerged out of that, what we see are a lot of questions about the decision-making that went into that, about the legality of that strike. This recommitment to legality appears to also be kind of a PR thing. Like, I don't see anything strategic or interested in the national security interests of the United States. What I see here is a president who understands the entire world as a kind of television show, and Secretary of War sounds better for TV than Secretary of Defense.
Do you see a through line here, the rebranding of the Pentagon, the deadly strikes on this alleged drug-running boat off the coast of Venezuela without congressional approval, the president sending federal troops into LA and DC and threatening to do the same in Chicago? I mean, what story is the president trying to tell about himself and the power of the president?
Yeah, I don't think it rises to TV. I think it's more Call of Duty. And you know, the Pentagon was renamed in the late 40s. And the people who were there when it was renamed were people like James Forrestal, who was Secretary of Defense, and then later George Marshall, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs was Omar Bradley, literally the guys who won World War II. And they did not have anything to prove about their machismo. And I found that the people I admire who really have shown toughness in combat, men and women, they don't need to brag about it. They don't need to say Secretary of War. They're like, no, I'm not going to do that. You'll never hear one of them say, hey, let's lock and load. They just don't talk that way. And this crew, to go from George Marshall to Pete Hegseth, that's a long way. And, you know, I'm a conservative. I believe government should be careful about assuming what it knows, because the world is really complicated. And sending a missile at some ship where you don't know what's on the ship, that's just foolish. It's killing people, potentially, well, absolutely, when you don't even know what they're doing. There's a reason we board ships, because you want to have some evidence that you're actually going after drug dealers rather than whatever, some random 11 people on a boat. And so the targeting of ships using acts of war, what should be acts of law enforcement, really does cross the line.
In the time that remains, I want to talk to you both about the New York mayor's race, largely because the mayor, Eric Adams, said tonight that he is going to stay in the race and run for re-election. This is amid the reporting that the Trump administration is considering nominating him to serve as ambassador to Saudi Arabia to prompt him to exit the mayoral race and consolidate the opposition to the Democratic Socialist candidate Zohran Mamdani, potentially benefiting Andrew Cuomo. Jamel, why is Donald Trump so invested in making sure that Andrew Cuomo is the next mayor of New York City?
I think Donald Trump, first of all, if he could have had anything in his life, it might have been to be mayor of New York City. I think in a lot of ways, he's a big city mayor that escaped containment. But I think he sees the elevation of Mamdani to the mayorship as just something he thinks is bad for New York. I suppose he believes it's bad for the country. He doesn't see it in his political interest and wants to see an ally, Cuomo, who has given every indication that he would cooperate with the administration, especially with immigration enforcement in the New York mayor's office. I think that the strategy here is probably misguided. New Yorkers do not approve of Trump, and giving Mamdani an opportunity to basically run against Trump, which is what Adams dropping out would do, I think would only redound to Mamdani's benefit.
It's striking. You've got a right-wing populist in Trump targeting a left-wing populist in Mamdani in this political era that, as you so often say, is defined by the rise of populism.
Yeah, though I do like sending people to ambassadorships to get them out of the way. This is a sacred tradition. And I think FDR sent Joe Kennedy away. I think John F. Kennedy sent Adlai Stevenson. There was talk, I think, of sending Chris Christie during the first Trump. Says, let's send him to Australia. So this is not the first time somebody's used an ambassadorship as an attempt to get rid of someone politically inconvenient.
David Brooks, Jamel Buick. It's good to see you both. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
People are still grappling with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk, which raised tough questions about the political environment in this country. For that and more, we turn now to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That is New York Times columnists David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart of MSNBC. Great to see you both. So let's just start with the fact that Charlie Kirk was an undeniable political force, right? An incredible influence over a new generation of young conservative men in particular. His death, you've probably both seen, former presidents have weighed in. It is being reported on overseas. I was watching BBC today. It was wall to wall about coverage of his killing and the arrest of the alleged gunman here. There's a sense, David, that this marks something different and notable in our nation. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I do. Another step. In the hours after Kirk was killed, I started getting emails and texts from my friends who are supporters of the president. And a couple of them said independently, this is our George Floyd. And they didn't mean that literally, but in terms of emotional reaction into how gutted they were. And they just felt just something really terrible has happened. Another emailed me that there's no coming back from this. And I think what they meant by that, and I had later conversation, they see in their own lives, as I think we all do, 23-year-old young men who have turned nihilist, who just don't, they're lonely, their whole life is on Discord or whatever, and they've turned, believe in nothing to lose, hatred. I would recommend a book to capture the moment. It just came out a week ago, and obviously it was written before the killing, by a guy named Bill Galston, who's probably been on the show multiple times, works at the Brook Institution. And it came out just a week ago. It's called Anger, Fear, and Hatred, or Domination, Anger, Fear, and Domination. Mm-hmm. And it's about the dark passions. We all need to be motivated by something. And good leaders were motivated by what you might call the right passions: hope, aspiration, a vision of a better life. But people have discovered that it's more powerful to motivate people with the dark passions, like anger, hatred, resentment, and the urge to dominate. And this has been true of politicians in both parties. I had a very poignant conversation a decade ago now with a Democratic ad maker who said, I want to elect Democrats, but every ad I make is about anger and fear and hatred. And so I feel like I'm part of the problem. And the thing about the dark passions, they're imperialistic. They're like cancer. Once they get in you and in the body politic, they tend to spread. And it's super hard to turn that around.
Jonathan?
This has been a tough week.
Yeah.
The killing of someone that prominent should shock the senses of everyone. I think Governor Cox of Utah has been superb in speaking to our better angels, in trying to lower the temperature of the rhetoric, of trying to remind us of who we are as a nation and who we are as a people, and trying to get us back to being able to disagree without being, not only without being disagreeable, but without being murderous. But I don't know if this is going to be the inflection point that a lot of people wonder that it will be, because it's so heinous. The video that a lot of people got to see, whether they wanted to or not, makes this unlike anything we've seen in a long time. But I remember being on set of an MSNBC show in December of 2012, but I'm thinking of Sandy Hook.
Mm-hmm.
And what was so jarring about Sandy Hook was that we saw a story of not just a school shooting, but a school shooting in an elementary school with young children. We all thought as a nation that this is the moment that something will happen on this particular issue, gun violence. And yet nothing happened. Nothing's changed. And here we are yet again in a situation where we're talking about an incident of gun violence, but because of who the victim was, just in terms of our politics, but also who he was in terms of the president and this administration. This is one thing that I have to factor in to my thinking about all this when I look at the reaction from the president and his administration, that this wasn't just the murder of someone who was a like-minded person. This was family to them. And I try to keep that in mind as I watch the reaction. But I have to tell you, I am very concerned about what that reaction is going to be in the days and weeks and months ahead.
Well, let's talk about that for just a second. In terms of the reaction from the president, David, you've seen the president first say that his supporters should respond with nonviolence. He said that's what Charlie would have wanted. The next moment, he's blaming the radical left political violence. There's people around him now even suggesting that they should be deporting people who are critical of Charlie Kirk after his killing. But in the context of the country they're speaking to, just take a look at this poll we pulled up from April of 2025. PRI asked people if true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country. Basically, what's your view of political violence? 81%, the overwhelming majority of Americans, 81% said no. They disagreed with that sentiment. Slightly more Republicans, 18%, would agree with it than Democrats at 11%. But that is the environment we're in right now. What does that say to you about whether or not we'll see more political violence ahead?
Yeah, it only takes a few, right? It only takes a few young men like the young man who tried to kill Trump, the person who killed the Minnesota speaker, and the guy who killed Charlie Kirk. But the reaction, I have to say, I've been appalled by some of the reactions, a few, including the president's. But I have to say, I've been sort of impressed on the whole. I think a lot of people in various political stripes who really disagree with Charlie Kirk have been pretty noble about this, about seeing past politics into a human life, into a Christian, into a family man, like just seeing this is a boat we're all in. And I've seen that across the political divide. And when I've looked at the Republican reaction, the overwhelming majority has been, he was talking to people. He was talking to people he disagreed with. And that's instructive to us. There's a moment, Thomas Hobbes, the philosopher, said fear can sometimes be used for good. When you become so afraid that your society is slipping into chaos, then you're jolted out of your bad habits. And maybe this will be a moment for this. It really takes an act of heroism to get out of the dark passion, doom loop. There has to be a moment of interruption where you say, no, I'm stopping this. I'm not partaking. I will respond to hatred with love. And of course, the ultimate example of this is the Civil Rights Movement, where Martin Luther King preached a gospel of love, and in an aggressive way that was going to force the sins of society into the faces of people and make them see, is this who we are? And so I don't know if this will be a turning point where people will make that interruption and halt the cycle. But so far, I felt it's been a moment, with a few exceptions, of coming together.
Can I just say that in your example, David, with the civil rights movement and Dr. King and all those marchers, they had an ally in the president who was there to, break the passions and to lead. And here, when it comes to what you were just saying, I am not convinced that our current president is the one who's going to be able to do that. And even though we don't have kings in this country, we have always looked to our presidents as moral exemplars, especially in moments like these, in moments of national trauma. And right now, I'm not sure President Trump is capable or willing to show that kind of leadership.
Fair point.
In the minute or so we have left, and Jonathan, I'll just follow up. If not from the president himself, because we've seen mixed messages even in this last 2 days or so, where does the message have to come from? What has to happen to reach this inflection point we've both noted is necessary in this country?
We need more Governor Coxes. We need more people like him in high positions, especially in high positions of leadership, executive leadership, who step out and do what Governor Cox has done. If we haven't seen it fully and consistently from the president, then we need to see it from governors, we need to see it from mayors, we need to see it from members of Congress, we need to see it from the speaker, the majority leader of the Senate. We need to see it from and hear it from leaders up and down the chain on both sides of the aisle, just to finally say, okay, look, we can't keep going down this road, because if we do, the slide that a lot of people feel that we're on will be inexorable. And I as fearful as I am praying that that leaders will lead.
Here's to that prayer, and hopefully better days ahead. Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks, thank you so much.
Looking for tool storage that's both affordable and built to last? Choose the trusted durability of U.S. General from Harbor Freight. Whether you're looking for complete storage solutions, roll cabinets, carts, or accessories for your garage, U.S. General has it all. With a full selection of colors, customization options, parts, trays, and more. You can build your setup just the way you want. Pick yours up today. See why U.S. General is trusted across America. U.S. General, only at Harbor Freight.
It's Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. Get ready for CBS Mornings Plus.
Here's what we're talking about.
The White House is denying the legitimacy of a newly released birthday message and sketch allegedly sent by President Trump to Jeffrey Epstein.
This is the public's first chance to see that birthday message, and it's adding new fuel to a fire the president's been trying to extinguish.
Then, new concerns over a chemical used in the popular gel manicure. We'll tell you what you need to know in today's Health Watch.
6 years after GQ's landmark look at what masculinity means in America, they're taking a fresh look at the topic. We're going to talk about it.
Who doesn't love a chipwich? We're taking a look back at how it became a snack sensation in today's morning's memory.
Jessica? Hey, what are you doing here?
Eating a chipwich.
I thought you were supposed to be taking your real estate exam.
Okay, honey.
You know, I don't know that I've ever had a chipwich in the front seat of a vehicle, but I will try that. I think that looks great.
I lobbied, by the way, for us to have chipwiches on set. I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm just going on the record. I was trying to get that for us.
Ooh, sugar in the morning.
That's never bad.
I won't say no.
All right, well, we've got a lot of ground to cover on this Tuesday morning, but we are going to begin with a birthday message, allegedly from President Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003, as part of a new document released by a House committee. It includes a drawing in the shape of a nude woman, and it makes reference to secrets and quotes certain things the two have in common. It was found among Epstein's personal effects in a so-called birthday book containing notes from his friends. The president says it's a fake. Scott McFarland is in Washington with more. Scott, good morning.
Hey, Kelly, good morning. The Epstein estate released a series of records, including the convicted sex predator's last will and testament and his contact list. But it's really that first look at the birthday message, which is inflaming a situation the Trump administration has been trying to cool off. This was the 50th birthday message, allegedly from President Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. Years before Epstein was convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor, the Republican-led U.S. House Oversight Committee obtained the card and a series of other records under subpoena from the Epstein estate Monday. Democrats on the panel first released an image of it and noted the birthday message closes with a reference to a wonderful secret. Trump has repeatedly denied making the sketch or the card.
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you.
And he filed a $10 billion defamation lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal and its owner for reporting the note's existence. Minutes after the image was released Monday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt posted that the birthday card story is false and said President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. During a July interview with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, acknowledged compiling the birthday book, but claimed not to remember if Trump contributed to it.
It's been so long, I want to tell you that I don't remember. I honestly don't.
Also included in the Epstein estate release, a birthday message apparently written to Epstein by former President Bill Clinton in 2003, years before Epstein was convicted of a crime. The House Oversight Committee has been investigating the government's handling of the investigation and prosecution of Epstein. They have also subpoenaed records from the Department of Justice. Tony, some of those records have been released. Nearly all of them were already in the public domain.
Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate it. A new Supreme Court decision gives ICE agents the go-ahead for roving sweeps as parts of the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. The ruling is based on a case in LA, but yesterday the White House announced expanded operations in Chicago as well. Nancy Cordes at the White House with more details on this. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. What the White House announced yesterday was not the National Guard deployment that President Trump has been hinting at for weeks, but instead a new immigration enforcement operation. And a new decision by the Supreme Court may give the White House even more leeway to ramp up its immigration crackdown.
We'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out.
President Trump's new plan for Chicago is called Operation Midway Blitz. The Department of Homeland Security called it an ICE operation that will, quote, target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois due to lax local immigration enforcement. White House border czar Tom Homan.
We don't have that problem in Florida, right, where every sheriff or chief works with us. So where are we going to send additional assets? Sanctuary cities where we know there's a problem.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker fired back. This isn't about fighting crime. That requires support and coordination. Yet we've experienced nothing like that. It's unclear how this blitz is different from the ICE raids that began back in February. Chicago immigration activists say they haven't seen a new surge in federal personnel or arrests.
This was never about arresting the worst of the worst. It's been about terrorizing our communities.
In a win for the White House Monday, the Supreme Court allowed immigration and customs enforcement agents to resume, for now, roving raids in Southern California, overturning a lower court order that had banned stops based on a person's apparent ethnicity or if they spoke Spanish or English with an accent. In a fiery dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job." Carter Evans is in California.
We're in downtown Los Angeles, generally an area with a lot of immigrants. You've got street vendors, day laborers. Homeland Security reports 5,000 arrests in the LA area since June. Now, about half the population of Los Angeles is of Latino descent. The majority are U.S. citizens, but now, with the court ruling, it appears that many here could be subject to detention just because of the way they look.
The Supreme Court's majority offered no explanation for its decision, but Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote separately that it's reasonable to question people who meet multiple criteria for possible illegal presence in the United States. The LA mayor called the ruling dangerous and un-American. Kelly.
Nancy, thank you. Let's turn now to weather, where new wildfires in California have hit a historic area east of San Diego. So this brush fire destroyed at least 4 homes in the town of Lakeside yesterday. Meanwhile, it rained up to 3 inches an hour in parts of South Florida, causing street flooding in Miami. So for more on today's weather, here's CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Kelly. Yeah, Miami could use the rain, but not all this at one time, and they're getting it not just yesterday, but they get it again today. The area of low pressure just in the Gulf here, not anything tropical. Been pretty quiet on that front, thankfully, but it's along this Gulf front where we're seeing that action, and we could see over the next 36 to 48 hours another 2 to as much as 6 inches of rain. Tampa to Naples, Fort Myers included, and yeah, South Florida, maybe down towards Homestead as well. Persistent northeast winds coupled with the waning full moon. We've got a lot of high tide issues here along much of the East Coast, all the way from the Northeast down to South Florida, and we've got rip currents that are a problem as well if you're extending your summer break. All right, here we go in the west. This is the Garnet fire. Just 14% contained there. They're sending smoke jumpers here. Some of these taller pine trees, they've got embers that are up there in the crowns of the trees, so they're worried about that. And we've got dense smoke advisory up just north and east of that area. And the fires continue to burn across parts of the Pacific Northwest, Seattle. I know you've been suffering with this. Spokane back through Yakima, Moses Lake as well. And this will continue to make its way off towards the east. And then Kiko. This hurricane kind of went poof in the last 48 hours. We'll take that, and it will miss Hawaii to the north. The only effects we expect to see over the next 48 hours are some waves that are unusual for this time of year, and then also this area here just off the coast of Mexico. But the Atlantic, thankfully for now at least, Tony, is quiet.
Glad to hear it, Rob. Thank you very much. Now to a CBS News exclusive about a top U.S. health official forced out of her job by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. She said she was caught up in the controversy over vaccine skepticism. Now she's telling Ed O'Keefe how Kennedy's views have changed everything at the agency that pays for vaccine research.
Ultimately, we were disregarded. We became inconvenient.
Dr. Jeannie Marazzo was a top scientist at the National Institutes of Health until late March when she was placed on administrative leave. She clashed in a meeting with newly appointed Trump administration officials over flu vaccines in a season when at least 279 children had died from the virus.
We pointed out that, in fact, 90% of the deaths at that time were occurring in kids who were unvaccinated.
But in a new whistleblower complaint filed to a federal watchdog, Marazzo says Dr. Matthew Memolo, then the acting director of NIH, said vaccines are unnecessary if populations are healthy. That mirrored something often said by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
It was a little bit like hearing the echo of what Secretary Kennedy had been promulgating in terms of healthy kids.
And you had never been in a meeting like that, where the personal and political views of the HHS secretary permeated down into conversations about science?
Never.
Marazzo, a civil servant, succeeded Dr. Anthony Fauci as the nation's top infectious disease official. So you think you're being held responsible for actions taken by your predecessor?
I think it's entirely possible.
She was told she'd be transferred to the agency handling Native American health services. She says it's retaliation.
They could not provide a study that said that it is effective for healthy kids.
Marazzo is speaking out as Kennedy faces new bipartisan criticism of his leadership.
Having someone inject such distrust of what I would say is rigorous evidence-based recommendations is incredibly harmful to our ability to get people what they need.
And if you're concerned by the public debate over vaccines and other medical issues, Marazzo says,
find a source that you trust, because the cacophony right now is so loud. If you trust your doctor, ask your doctor. If you trust your nurse practitioner, ask them.
You say find a source you can trust. What if that source is Secretary Kennedy?
I think the consensus is that he's not trustworthy.
As for Dr. Matthew Memoli, the official Marazzo planned to use talking points from Secretary Kennedy. He's now the #2 at NIH. The Health and Human Services spokesman says Memoli, quote, remains fully aligned with this administration's vaccine priorities. Later today, Secretary Kennedy and HHS are set to release what they call a new Make Our Children Healthy Again strategy. Kelly?
Yeah, I find a source you can trust. I think that's a really important takeaway from that piece, and thank you. Turning overseas now to breaking news from the Middle East, where an international group, including activist Greta Thunberg, says one of its boats was hit by what it believes was a drone while docked in Tunisia. And the group is seeking to deliver aid to Gaza, and it comes as Israel gives an urgent new warning to Palestinians living in Gaza City. Rami Inocencio has more. Rami, good morning.
Yes, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warned Palestinians to evacuate all of Gaza City, and this is an escalation from past orders to leave parts of the city. Israel's military now is warning that the roughly 1 million people there, that they risk being killed.
High-rise after high-rise in Gaza City has been leveled by Israel. Netanyahu now says his military has knocked down at least 50 terror towers in its bid to destroy Hamas. And Israel delivered a warning, dropping leaflets from the skies ordering everyone to get out now. These demolitions are part of Israel's intensifying offensive to take control of what they say is Hamas's last stronghold. Also overnight, an explosion on the lead boat of an international aid flotilla trying to get to Gaza. The global Samud flotilla that includes Swedish activist Greta Thunberg and more than 300 other activists says one of its boats was hit by a drone while docked in Tunisia.
100% it was a drone dropping a bomb on the forward deck of our ship.
No one was injured, and it's unclear who is responsible. Tunisian authorities denied a drone was involved.
And Israel's bombing of Gaza City continues. The UN now says many families can't even evacuate, even if they wanted to, because of overcrowding and because of cost. In Gaza City, the Hamas-run civil defense says search and rescue is happening right now with people alive under the rubble. Back to you.
Rami, thank you very much. The very public split between members of the royal family is front and center as Prince Harry has returned to Britain for the first time in 5 months. He attended an event for one of his favorite charities last night after visiting the grave of his grandmother, that would be Queen Elizabeth. A lot of people are wondering if he plans to visit his father, that would be King Charles. I'm wondering that as well. MTS Tie-Up reports.
Prince Harry has become pretty good at sparring since his sensational split from the royal family 5 years ago. But his well-known warmth was on full display in his gentle swordplay with little Gwen. And meet up with other young honorees ahead of last night's Well Child Charity Awards for sick kids, which he's a longtime patron of.
This night has been the highlight of my year.
Even then, his family troubles didn't seem far.
What, have you got brothers and sisters?
I've got a younger brother.
Have you tried from mine?
No, we got like we're not friends.
I love the girl.
Harry and his own sibling, Prince William, still don't seem to get on fine, says Sunday Times royal editor Roy Anika.
I think it's fair to say
That's a relationship which is in the permafrost zone at the moment.
Sources close to Prince Harry say he wants to keep his longest visit home in years upbeat and focused on the causes he cares about, but also with the hopes he'll get to meet with King Charles. The father and son have not seen each other since February of last year, when the prince flew to London for a 30-minute meeting with the monarch after he announced his cancer diagnosis.
I think if there was any chance of any sort of rapprochement between Charles and Harry, they would need to meet this week. I mean, they've not seen each other for 19 months. It's a very long time.
For CBS Mornings Plus, I'm Piers Time in London.
The will they, won't they, right?
Call your dad. I think dad should call him. You know, it's later than you think. Life is short. There's only one dad. There's only one
I agree.
relationship like
Time
that.
is short, and those relationships are important.
Yeah.
All right, ahead in today's By the Way, we are going to take a closer look at the story of a Ukrainian refugee living in North Carolina whose violent death has caused uproar and led to a lot of questions about what, if anything, could have been done to prevent it. That and more when we get back on CBS Mornings Plus.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings Plus. Today we're taking a closer look at the murder of a young Ukrainian refugee in North Carolina and the outrage surrounding her death. If you aren't familiar with this story, the story of 23-year-old Irina Zarutska, well, she was stabbed and killed a few weeks ago while riding public transit in Charlotte, quite a political matter at this point. Her accused attacker, the man police say is on that video people have been watching, 34-year-old Carlos Brown Jr., that's him on your screen. He's got a history of mental health issues, including schizophrenia, and previously spent more than half a decade behind bars for robbery and other run-ins as well. Many people are therefore struggling to understand why this attack happened and whether it could have been prevented. You've got mental health challenges, you've got a repeat offender. Those are the things that people want to talk about. More than a third of convicted criminals in North Carolina are arrested again within 2 years of their release. And severe mental illness plays a major role in how likely someone is to be arrested again. That according to the Prison Policy Initiative. So the big question, the high stakes question, what does it take to break that cycle? North Carolina's Democratic Governor Josh Stein says more police officers are needed on the beat to keep people safe. Meanwhile, President Trump says criminals like this need to be locked up. Joining us now to parse through it all is Rodney Harrison and Dr. Celine Gounder. Rodney is a CBS News law enforcement contributor and former police commissioner of Suffolk County, New York, out there in Long Island. And Dr. Gounder is a CBS News medical contributor and editor-at-large for KFF Health News. Thank you both for being here. Commissioner, I want to start with you. It's high stakes, this process of arresting somebody, you get a conviction, they go to prison, they're supposed to be rehabilitated, but so often they're not. How do you change that?
So there's a couple of things that I've seen that worked in the NYPD, you know, under the leadership of Bill Bratton. He put a collaborative policing strategy in place where law enforcement was working with different agencies, corrections, parole, probation, prosecutors, making sure we identified these individuals when they re-enter back into society and making sure we had sustainable engagements with them to make sure they were headed in a better direction.
And just a quick follow-up on that. I mean, full disclosure, I grew up in a household where my dad was a policeman. We saw a lot of the stuff that didn't make the news. And this individual, he was arrested 14 times. He was out on cashless bail. I think a lot of people are watching this and wondering, how do you prevent someone from falling through the cracks? And what is the role of law enforcement in that?
So, you know, there's going to be a time where people are going to start pointing fingers at different people. We have to take a look at the judicial system, seeing if we have the right things in place to make sure people are being held accountable. Listen, I'm an advocate for victims. This is something that I've done for 30 years to make sure we are supporting individuals that are unfortunately going through situations where they're being attacked by some of these predators. This is an incident where we have to take a closer look at, should this person have remained incarcerated or should he be allowed out? And so, what can we do to make sure we fix it? We had a situation in 2022 in New York City, Michelle Go. She's pushed on an oncoming train. These incidents are happening over and over again. We have to take a look at the mental health crisis that's going on within this country.
Dr. Gounder, I'm going to get you in on this. This individual accused of the stabbing in Charlotte, His mom tried to get him committed, involuntarily succeeded for a short time. When he made when he had an encounter with police back in January, he said he was being controlled by a man-made device. I mean, these are classic symptoms of schizophrenia. Why is he still out on the street?
One of the highest risk periods of time is during the transition from incarceration into the community. And there are programs that have been established in a number of different places that have been successful by combining clinical care, mental health care, social workers, helping to stabilize people, get them into housing, get them ideally into jobs, and into medical care. I'll give you one example. A program called the Coming Home program here in New York City was doing this. Then you had a big hospital system merger, and that was one of the first programs that gets cut. Unfortunately, these kinds of programs are not big money makers, and we have to decide that this is something as a community we want to invest in, just as we need to invest in policing. If you want to be addressing the mental health issues of these folks and prevent the recidivism, you do need to be investing in mental health and stabilization.
And this may be a controversial question, but I think a lot of parents are watching and thinking, well, that could have been my daughter, you know, whether it was Michelle or Irina or all of these countless examples. Is there a point, Rodney, where that person is too dangerous to themselves, to others, where you just say, we can't have them on the streets?
Absolutely, but my question for the room is, what are the city managers doing to make sure they are investing in these individuals to get them to help? And if they are not responsive, then unfortunately they have to be in some type of custody.
Dr. Gowder, is there such a thing as people who are beyond help, who have such a repeated pattern of violating society's not only rules, norms, regulations, but also unable to maintain the clear functioning of minds, just be among us? I mean, is there a point at which this is just not working?
Is there? Yes, but have you actually done the work to try to rehabilitate them? And in almost all cases, the answer is no. So you can't really say that you're going to throw people away until you've done the work of trying to rehabilitate them. And that's just not happening because we're not investing enough in that process.
It feels like the catch-22 here is you don't want to take people who have their freedoms as Americans and put them away unnecessarily, but you also don't want to wait until they commit a heinous crime before you say, now we'll get them off the street. What do we do?
Well, reentry is a privilege, and I think it's important that individuals identify what are we looking to do to implement strategy to get them the assistance, and what's the next strategy to sustain that assistance. If you don't put those three things together, you're going to have these incidents happening over and over again.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions still to be figured out, but I really appreciate both of your thoughtful contributions to this conversation. Rodney Harrison, Dr. Gowder, appreciate it. That was today's By the Way. Ahead, the stories that caught our eye, plus new concerns over an ingredient used in popular gel manicures. Dr. Gowder is going to stick around to tell us what we need to know. Stay with us.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings Plus. Time now for some of the stories that caught our eye today. A federal appeals court has upheld the $83 million civil verdict against President Trump for repeatedly defaming writer E. Jean Carroll. This case, as you may recall, was previously President Trump was found liable for sexually abusing her in a department store dressing room. The president had argued the damages in this case were excessive, and he also claimed presidential immunity. This appeals court, though, rejected that, calling Trump's actions, quote, extraordinary and unprecedented, close quote. A spokesperson for Trump's legal team, meanwhile, responded by calling for, quote, an immediate end to the political weaponization of our justice system.
Okay, I got to show you some crazy new video here because you're going to see the moment a small plane carrying 4 people overran a runway in Boca Raton, Florida last week. So check this out. The plane, avoiding running into traffic thanks to some special technology, came to a hard stop in a bedway of lightweight crushable material called an engineered materials arresting system. No one was hurt. The FAA says the system is making a real difference in preventing serious accidents. So a crazy plane video with a good ending.
A good ending. We call it technology. It has a really technical name. It's a bunch of junk at the runway. It stops the plane.
Very high tech.
Maybe you should put like old refrigerators and mattresses down there. Old cars. I'm glad it works.
Yeah. All right, time now for our morning's memory. Odds are you've probably had a chipwich. Okay, I know I have. Ice cream and some chocolate chips sandwiched between two cookies. Back in 1982, CBS News brought us the story of how chipwich mania first began.
It is like some Hollywood fantasy. A simple idea, a simple name, suddenly worth millions and millions of dollars. All because Richard LaMotta used to dunk his cookies in milk and decided that other grown-ups were probably secret dunkies too.
All I knew was that the cookies were becoming wet and hard. If you bit it, half of the cookie would come off, and so I started experimenting.
He rented 60 vending carts and developed a technique for turning his eager young kids into entrepreneurs with whistles and chants and nerve. Then, to make the chipwiches, he rented this old factory where, just before the big day, a tiny band of people turned them out the only way they could.
By hand in a little garage up in Hunts Point in the Bronx, 18,000 a day, 2 10-hour shifts. 9 people and myself, and I would wrap them in rolling chips, and then I'd take them to the carts, and I'd push the carts out on the street, and I would see...
And the rest, as they say, is history.
All right, clearly I don't have enough pull because no chipwiches. Come on, guys, what do I have to pay off here?
Who did that guy pay off to get credit for putting ice cream between cookies? He was the first guy ever to do that?
He is a genius, Tony.
I'm not saying he's not, but we're all in I think that was a concurrent discovery. Other people were doing that, right?
Hey, well then you gotta get out there, you gotta claim it. That's the lesson
you're right,
here.
You're right.
All right, turning now to today's Health Watch. Chances are you and your friends have gotten a gel manicure. I did last night, but how safe are they? Last week, the European Union banned the use of the ingredient TPO. That's used in some gel nail polish. It's a chemical used to harden the polish, and the EU has classified it as, quote, toxic for reproduction. But the chemical is allowed in the US. So should we be concerned? Back with us now is Dr. Celine Gounder for a new edition of What is Kelly Doing Wrong in Her Life? Okay, a lot of people, I'm sure, got gel manicures recently watching this. I obviously did. So let's start with the basics. What are the health concerns here?
Well, the most immediate concerns are cosmetics. So these gel manicures can thin and weaken your nails, making them brittle, so more breakable, as well as the sanding process to remove the polish. And then longer term, the curing process. So under those UV lamps exposes you to UVA radiation, and that's the same type of radiation that causes premature aging, as well as skin cancers. And while the risk from the ingredient TPO, which was just banned in the EU, are less clear, they have raised concerns about issues with fertility and reproductive health.
I have daughters. Daughters have nail polish. Nail polish smells good. Is that harmful? Question 1. Question 2. Maybe you don't know the answer to that one. Why does the European Union so often seem to have a regulation or a ruling that is different from what we have here?
Yeah, so I wouldn't be sniffing your nail polish or glue or solvents or anything like that to get high. Not a good idea.
Not to get high. We're not anything about getting high.
In terms of the EU and the US, we have very different perspectives on how we regulate things. So the EU follows what we call the precautionary principle, something we talk about a lot in public health. So if there's evidence something could be hazardous, they would restrict or ban it, even if the real world exposures are pretty low. The FDA in the US, by contrast, regulates cosmetics differently, and companies don't actually need to get pre-approval to sell these nail products except for certain color additives. And the FDA typically waits until there's actual harm that has happened before they step in. And then on top of that, we've seen cuts across all the HHS agencies, including FDA, and that may diminish the agency's ability to identify and attend to some of these risks.
Why is it different though? Is it just sort of philosophical of I should be able to do what I want even if it's harmful?
It is a philosophical difference. So how proactive do you want to be in regulating potential risks and harms? And we tend to be less proactive. It's also why you see much more regulation of food in the EU.
All right, Dr. Gounder, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ahead, how do men feel about being men in America today? GQ is looking at that question. We're going to talk to their global editorial director. Macho Man, welcome back to CBS Mornings Plus. How should a man be right now in America? It's a big question. Different men will answer it differently. Nearly 6 years ago, GQ released an issue called The New Masculinity. And in that issue, they examined the modern approach to masculinity. That was then. Well, now, GQ is taking a fresh look at the topic in its October issue. The State of the American Male in 2025 is the cover line. GQ Global Editorial Director Will Welch is here to reveal what they discovered. Will, great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
I have so many questions. The survey is incredible. According to the survey, most American men have not used moisturizer, not even once, in the last 5 years.
That just means GQ's got some work left. Our job is not done yet. Yeah.
So this is a prickly subject in this day and age. How'd you go about thinking about how to tackle it?
Yeah. Well, in 2019, with the new masculinity issue, we were in this optimistic moment where men were kind of breaking out of this cookie cutter mold of masculinity, like the old macho thing, and really defining for themselves who they wanted to be. And now we're finding that we're in this moment where this idea that men can just look into their hearts and spirits and decide what kind of man they want to be, that's actually really confusing for a lot of men. And then you mix in the chaos of social media and the polarized political moment, and suddenly it feels like everything's up in the air. So we wanted to, with this issue, address the state of masculinity, but also offer some guidance for men, how to practically move forward.
How are men defining masculinity right now? Because we have seen it change so much over the last decade. You know, it's swung one way. Some people would say it's swinging back the other way. What did you find about how they're feeling about masculinity?
Yeah, I think the important thing is, because there have been a lot of op-eds like in the second Trump administration saying that masculinity has gone back to where it was. And what we found is that masculinity is not just this pendulum that swings kind of between toxic and woke and back again, and that we're actually in this very undefined third place. And I think that lack of definition is what is leaving a lot of men searching. So they're turning to podcasts and different influencers, and they're comparing themselves to each other on social media, and all of that stirs up a lot of anxiety.
So a man my age has already lived through the 90s. I saw sitcoms then. I was marinated in popular. So there's only so much I can change or be different, right? But like my children, young men, the world is very open to a lot of different expressions of masculinity. What did you learn about Gen Z and how they are defining what a man is?
Yeah. I think Gen Z, you know, we have to recognize that they were coming of age during COVID, and also in this very intense social media era. So there is a lot of anxiety, but what we heard in this story by Emily Sundberg, where she interviewed 21 different college students, that they don't want this idea of older generations projecting a crisis onto them. They're looking to grow up themselves, and like this idea of new masculinity, like define their own generation's ideals of masculinity.
In your survey, though, it did see that a lot of young men are feeling lost. I think it was somewhere in the 40% range.
Yes.
Do you think that is because, like, as a young man growing up, you're told if you're a traditional man, you're toxic. And you're also told you're too woke. Over half of the respondents in your survey said that wokeness has gone too far. I feel like this young generation is just being told, no matter what you do, you're bad.
Yeah, and they're also looking for role models. And I think this is where, you know, GQ can step in and help guide a little bit and offer some leadership. And we published 125 etiquette rules, because instead of all this criticism, it's like, how do we be constructive? How do we map a way forward? You know, GQ and the larger culture.
It's interesting on the question of traditional masculinity. You had majorities respond to some pretty traditional definitions. Strong, confident, protective, tough, responsible. Did that surprise you?
Well, it didn't surprise me, but I think in a way, in some elements of the survey, you're seeing men sort of reclaim traditional notions, but then there are other parts of the survey that really feel like something new. So 85% of men saying they want to take at least half of the responsibility of raising children. 80% of men saying they're fine if their partner makes more money than they do. So there's this mix of like...
You have doubts about it.
I have doubts about that, but come on.
There's this mix of like, we're keeping some of the old, but we're also adding some of the new.
So I love the cover. Do you have any details on Glenn Powell's leg routine?
Yes, a lot of squats, and maybe a pair of prosthetics.
What did he have to say about masculinity?
Well, Glenn was really interesting because when I was on a Zoom with him before the shoot, and I was walking him through all these kind of like tropes of masculinity visually that we were going to play with for the pictures. And he kind of said, hold on a second, are we making fun of this like wild world of self-optimization and wellness? And I was like, no, we're not making fun of it, we're having fun with it. And I think for Glenn, it's like, some of these new tools of wellness and optimization are like really helpful for him because he spends his day like jumping out of airplanes and doing stunts. And some of this new technology that we're kind of playing with in the pictures is actually like helping him with recovery and so on. But, you know, he's from Austin, Texas. He understands this dichotomy between old masculinity and new masculinity. And so he was just the perfect creative partner for us for this issue.
Well, you're the perfect editorial director of GQ. I know you have roots in the old magazine. You come up through old print world, and like you really bridged to the future of what this magazine could be for all of its readers.
Thank you. Trying to keep it evolving.
I would also posit that Glenn Powell is one of the men that uses moisturizer. Yeah.
Yes. He's well preserved.
Well, Welch, thank you. And you can check out GQ's October issue when it hits newsstands nationwide September 23rd. And you can read Glenn Powell's complete cover story right now at GQ.com. We're going to be right back.
Time now for CBS Morning's deals. Today we've got several items, all at exclusive discounts, up to 63% off. To start shopping now, scan the QR code on your screen or visit cbsdeals.com. Knocking's lifestyle expert Elizabeth Werner joins us now. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. Okay, so we've had some of these LED light masks on before, but we've never had one like this. This has 240 LEDs in it, and it's got the traditional red light therapy and near infrared light therapy, which is going to help boost collagen, can help decrease the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles, but here's what else it has. Check this out.
Oh.
So it has 7 different LED light therapies built in. And here's what we've learned about light therapy. Each color light that you see with your eyes has a different wavelength. Each wavelength penetrates the skin differently and targets different issues. So if you are looking to perhaps kill the bacteria that causes breakouts, you're going to use the blue light. Each light will do something different. What's great about this is it's silicone, it's really comfortable to wear, and a lot of people go to spas and pay $50 a session. This you're going to use 3 times a week. If you do it consistently, you know, you don't get a 6-pack going to the gym once.
Right.
You've got to use this consistently, but over time, using it a few times a week, the results are just amazing. And this is science-based. NASA is the one that created this. They actually use red light therapy to grow cells and plants in space. It also then cured the cuts on their hands that normally did not get better in space. So we've really learned a lot about light therapy. Right now, this is $149, $250 off the regular price. Really amazing.
Wow.
Okay, now we're gonna fix all those stains in your carpet. You're gonna give this a shake. This is Campanelli Stain Remover. So you've got kids, you've got stains. This is what's amazing about
fun.
it. Yes, it's fun. Well, when is cleaning fun? When you have Campanelli in your hand. This is a foaming agent that actually lifts and separates the stain from the carpet fiber. It'll then dry and crystallize, and then you just vacuum it up. So you and I are not on our hands and knees scrubbing. We're not using some soapy formula. And you know what? If your pets make a little boo-boo, this also gets rid of odors, so they're less likely to go back and hit the same spot. This also can be used to pre-treat clothing, linens. Yes, I've used it on my shoes and even furniture. When Uncle Jeff spilled the red wine on my new couch, Lord in heaven, I was so upset. This is what fixed it. Right now, you're getting a set of 2 cans, $35, and that's 30% off. Look, you can't stop.
You can't stop.
And
All right.
new stains, old stains, where it is. All right, I'm going to save you a ton of money when it comes to food. If you food prep or you have leftovers, your meat, your cheeses, oxygen is actually what helps mold.
If you live in a Florida zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
cities are going to take care of all of them, step by step, just like we did in DC. We have virtually no crime in DC right now, and we're going to keep it that way. It's our nation's capital. We're going to keep it that way, or we're going to federalize it if we had to, but we don't have to anymore because it's in such great shape. This task force will be a replica of our extraordinarily successful efforts here, and you'll see it's a lot of the same thing, although the numbers here are really something. They're really bad. Now, we did send FBI in about 4 months ago to work, and it brought some of the numbers down, and they did a great job, but we're sending in the big force now. We also sent them into Chicago on a sort of a moderate basis, and we brought down crime a little bit in Chicago, but we're now going to bring it down very big. We're going to be doing Chicago probably next. I was with a great businessman, a man who was involved in all cities through his business. And I say, who do you think should be next after Memphis? And he said, sir, you've got to save Chicago. We're going to wait a little while. But he said, you got to save Chicago. You can't let it go. And this is a very prominent man that everybody knows him. Is from another man in Memphis was saying, Bill, he was saying, very interesting, he's on the board of FedEx. And his hotel is about a block away. And he said, when I walked there, I said, you know, I don't want to do this again. I never want to do it again. And they won't let me walk there. They take him in armored vehicles. They take the board members of FedEx in armored vehicles like a block away to the hotel. This shouldn't be the U.S. This shouldn't be the United States of America. The task force will be a replica, as I said, and it's going to be, I think, equally successful. This is a tremendous success we've had in Washington, I can tell you, and everyone knows it. And people in the White House that work here and other people that I know are calling me and thanking me. They're going out to dinners and doing things that they haven't done in years. The effort will include the National Guard as well as the FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE, Homeland Security investigations, and the U.S. Marshals, and more along the prosecutors. We're going to have DOJ led by U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, who is here or not here. Who's that person here? That person is going to be very busy. So we're going to use attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and most importantly, Pam Botney's here. She's heading it up, and she's doing an unbelievable job in every respect beyond this. So also worked with some of the members of the team right here on DC, and we're very proud of that effort. We essentially had the crime down to a very low rate in 12 days, and within another 10 days after that, it was so incredible. And it continues at that level, and we're going to continue. We have to, because it's our capital. This team will deploy the full powers of federal law enforcement agencies and enforcement generally to restore public safety and get dangerous career criminals off of our streets. We're going to get them off. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any city in the nation. Other than that, they're doing quite well, thank you. A person is 4 times more likely to be murdered in Memphis, Tennessee today than in Mexico City. It's been, and you know Mexico City is not a cakewalk. It's been overrun with carjackings, robberies, shootings, and killings. There were 249 murders, 429 rapes, 5,616 burglaries, and 12,522 violent assaults in just the last little while in 2024 and in pieces of 2025, where it's actually gotten worse until recently when we sent the FBI down to see what the hell is going on. Last month, a vicious thug carjacked an elderly woman parked at the movie theater, dragged her out of the car, and body slammed her into the pavement, where she is still trying to recover. Probably won't be successful. So we're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing one by one time, but we want to go quickly. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We're going to lose places like, you go to St. Louis. We're going to lose St. Louis. We're not going to lose. We want to save these places. You're going to lose them. It was the way the man said it, a very high quality man. I said, who would you do next? He said, sir, do Chicago. You don't want to lose Chicago. We're not going to lose Chicago. So we're going to have to go very big, and we're going to go probably, we're thinking about it for next time. We're going to hold it off. We're going to do some of the smaller ones. And the truth is, our people are so good. Gaddy, you're doing a great job wherever you may be. We're doing so good that I don't think we need too much practice, right? But we got to go and save our big cities, our great cities. Chicago's a great city, and we're going to make it great again very soon. And I think we can do that. Despite the tremendous size, I think we can do a real job, and we're going to give you the resources that you need. So with that, I'd like to just end by saying we're going to make Memphis safe again, and I'd like to ask Governor Bill Lee to say a few words, and then Pam can talk, and anybody else you'd like to talk to. We'll go through the whole list. We have all day long if we have to, because we're going to, this is a very important thing. We have to save our country from violent crime. So Bill?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. First of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city, and it has a great history and a great legacy. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with Joe Bondi. We realize that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city and the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're going to see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't. Just like we did in D.C., they plummeted. Nobody can even believe it. And they're going to plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job too. But this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir. And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right. Gotta keep it.
Sustained crime lowering, and that with this effort, I believe we can get there. We can finally get there for that city.
Yeah, we're going to have it sustained a long time. So your people are going to get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. Started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we're going for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to D.C. and took over the city of D.C., working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority. All of the agencies represented here today got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of D.C., and D.C. is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, you have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. The Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gowdy Sralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency but for the t-shirt they're wearing, because everyone's working hand in hand, and that's why we've been so successful. We're going to do that in Memphis, and we're going to get crime off the streets.
That's good. Thank you, Pam. Great
Thanks,
job.
President.
Christy, go ahead.
Mr. President, Memphis has a high number of trafficking, significant human traffickers, child exploitation, drug trafficking. The local gangs there are extremely dangerous, and I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our Attorney General and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis, we're going to see every city get safer, because we're going to see those ties to other criminals that we're going to get out of the country. So we're a nation of laws. And sir, thank you for caring about every single city.
Thank you, Christy. Really nice. And what makes it to me so exciting is the success we had here so quickly. And you know, we've taken close to 1,500 people out of D.C. But when I saw the result happen so quickly, and so many people are so thankful, and people that we pass them every day and they're fine, all of a sudden they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened, and continues to be what happened in D.C. And so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Look.
So it's official. The legislature just called a special election November 4th, Proposition 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, responding to what just happened in Texas. Donald Trump and Greg Abbott trying to rig the 2026 congressional elections before even one vote is cast. They also just announced they're going to invest over $100 million to defeat this initiative. And that's why we need your help. We need your support. $3, $5, $10, whatever you can afford to stand up to Trump, to stand up for the rule of law, and to push back against the rule of Don.
What's my favorite thing about the fall season? I would probably say the warmth of a home becomes even more enhanced. You start putting layers on, not only on your body, but on your furniture. Whether it be the colors, the smells, things like leather, velvet, patterns, all of that. Those are those textures and that warmth that makes you feel like, wow, even your home can come alive in the fall. And that's what's so nice, is that the indoors become even more comfortable because you're spending more time there. Fall is here at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
We're sending in a lot of help. And these cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has, the success we've had here has made it to me much more exciting, because I think we're going to have proportionally. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people, we have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming, said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous that you can't get out of your car. If you get out of your car, he says you get robbed, you get mugged, you get hit. You can't go to the market or a service station. So yeah, I want to see crime stop, and I want to see the National Guard come in right away if that's what's necessary. There's a need. Here's another one from a director of a Memphis-based crime prevention organization. There's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're going to lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, and another within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. Said I got a gun put in my face, then I went someplace else, had another gun put in my face. I was scared. It never happened to me. I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one. I honestly thought he was going to kill me. Said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car, you got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have in this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you asked us to go quietly into these cities to help set the landscape, to work with the interagency, and to make America safe again. And we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat. And the results are only as good as the prosecutions. And because the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have mobilized DOJ to successfully prosecute so many violent criminals, we've set the landscape for the interagency to come into Memphis and really make it safe permanently. As the governor and the senators and the other directors were saying, it's not a short-term mission, but thanks to you launching us early, launching us quietly, not looking for the credit, Mr. President, we greatly appreciate your support and the advanced foresight you had in doing that.
It's so exciting, and somebody had to do this. A president should have stepped up long ago and saved these cities. So it's not that I wanted to do it, believe me. Somebody had to do it, and we're doing it in a big way. Pete, could you say a few words?
Yes, Mr. President. From day one, the DOW, the Department of War,
I'm glad you made that
has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's the Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great folks to secure the city. We are very proud to be here to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard. He's willing to go in and stand strong.
Not at all. And get ready, because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled. Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor is telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our 2 great senators to say a few words?
Of course, Mr. President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best stats they have had in years this past last month. It was the best August they have had, and it's because of the work that's been done. And now to have a new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we addressed it. And I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks to the Memphis Police Department and the Sheriff's Department there too, who have all worked closely to bring this together. I look forward to tremendous results.
And I want to thank the FBI for the last 4 or 5 months, because they have brought down the numbers quite a bit. Chicago here and a couple of other places that we can talk about later if anybody wants to. Could I ask you to, Mr. Gaddy, to say a couple of words also? You really did lead the charge here, and you've done such a great job. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for always supporting law enforcement. I think the major difference here in Washington, D.C. has been your support for law enforcement, has been empowering the men and women that are on the street working every single day. And I look forward to not only going to Memphis, but other places in Tennessee as well. And I think you'll hear from us real soon, Mr. President. Thank you for your support, sir.
Plenty of places.
Yes, sir, we do.
You know the country very well. That's great. Thank you, Jim. Please, Gaddy.
President, I just want to say that we're honored once again to lead the charge with the United States Marshal Service, leading and joining 22 other federal agencies. I can say that today we spoke with over 30 of the local agencies, letting them know what to expect, giving them the template that we've done here in D.C., so they know what to expect. They're extremely excited. I think everyone is going to be well receiving the law enforcement surge that we're about to take to Memphis.
Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask one of the best lawyers in the country. He is one of the best. Todd, say a few words. He is a great lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, look, I think it's been said for the past 15 minutes, the president ran on making this country safe again, and we do not make this country safe again unless we go into our cities where there's the most violent among us and go street by street and block by block and arrest the men and women in this country that are destroying cities and communities for the rest of us. And so what we plan on doing, as the governor said and the senator just said, this has been a problem in Memphis for a long time. We plan on delivering Memphis back to the citizens that are there to raise their families, to go to church, to be in their communities. That's our goal, and that's what we plan on doing, whether it takes 2 weeks or 2 years. That's what we're going to do.
Thanks, Tom. You great, Stephen Miller. Please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Same promotion you do on Tom. That's hard to do. I think it's going to be hard to do.
President Trump's initiative here in Washington, D.C., is important to understand, is the most successful anti-crime initiative in American history. I mean, just think about it for a second. In 30 days, President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history. So that people had not been able to do it in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team the president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear the power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families. The power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a trained Iraq war killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is
saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you behind bars, to take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be a part of this team under your leadership as you've saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over, let's sign that bill. You ever say anything about our great military real fast? He's what a job he's doing, this guy.
Mr. President, to our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from D.C., they're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard, getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face. He's a killer. Beautiful face. He's a total killer. I don't know how you do it. Huh? Looks great. Everybody who's all right, here we go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions, please? Yeah, Brian. First of all, you got to. Did they take down the blue tent? Yes, sir. Last time he hit me with a blue tent and nobody knew what he was talking about. We found out, right? And he was gone the next day, and they had a lot of. That was not so easy. They had that's a violent radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I got peppered with a lot of comments to do that. They still have a First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting. You've got an amazing team behind you. You've done an awesome job for DC. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today, really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're going to run around town looking for that one person that says, I don't want Donald Trump in our city. What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, because I saw them doing some interviews, and it looked like they were looking, but they were very, in fact, that producer, the person, I think they lost their jobs, because everybody was saying we want Trump to be there, they want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell, they're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made the statement, I said, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? He's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time, but, and as I was saying it, I said, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. For years, where at least one person was killed. Now, you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0, as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure. The country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy, and they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based.
They were rough looking, they were tough looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brian. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yes, given all the that's going on, Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing violence going on, do you have plans, and actually this is a very good opportunity with all these, do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible.
Are there other groups that you can make up?
There are other groups, yeah, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle that was just brand new. It's just bought for the purposes. And they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore. And they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration, it became almost a culture. If somebody throws a rock at you, do nothing. If somebody spits in your face, do nothing. And I say, when they spit, you hit. You do whatever you want. You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick, it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face, and they weren't able to do anything. They just had a grin and bear it. They're standing up like a piece of steel. And a woman, in many cases, women, you can see they're professional agitators. I had one the other night. I had 4 the other night, all in one group, total phonies. I started to scream when I got into a restaurant, something with Palestine. And I said, well, I'm doing a great job for peace in the Middle East. I should get lots of awards for that, right? With the Abraham Accords and everything else. But a woman just stood up and started screaming. And she got booed out of the place, too. There were a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman's just a mouthpiece. Oh, she was a paid agitator. And you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of RICO, bringing RICO cases against it, criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail. What they're doing to this country is really subversive.
Is that Mr. President? Mr. President, can I ask you
Yeah, sure.
and one on Charlie Kirk? You floated potentially going into St. Louis. You mentioned you want to go to Chicago next. Could St. Louis be up for Chicago?
It's got to be around there someplace. We got to save St. Louis. Got to save these cities. This isn't like, we're going to do something. We have to save St. Louis. We have to save Chicago. I know all about Chicago. I have a great, beautiful building. I'm so proud of it. But, you get less proud when you see all the crap. When they announced 2 weeks ago, 11 people killed, just over a weekend, I think they said 38 people shot, 11 people dead. And then you watch Pritzker get up and say, we've got crime under control. And I will say that Cash and the FBI did a good job. With a very light force, they went in, and for about 4 months, Cash or so, they've been working on keeping crime down. They have brought the numbers down a little bit. But those are the easy numbers. The first 20, 25% are the easy numbers. That's where it gets. Then you have to bring in the big forces, right? Which is what we always intended to do. But I think the FBI's did a very good job. In particular, in Memphis and Chicago, they brought it down a little bit, like 20% and 25%. Like, okay, so it's not so little, but we have a long way to go. We think Chicago is going to be next, and we'll get to St. Louis also.
And on Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And New Orleans, we want to get to, too.
Your FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk's assassin worked alone or if he worked with.
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet, because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the internet. And it seems like he has wonderful parents, brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks. great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and is radicalized on the left. He's a left. A lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you understand, I think very well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
Israel. First on Venezuela, what can you tell us about this Venezuelan boat that was taken out? And do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. What you have to do is look at the cargo that was like it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place. And it was, plus we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It was very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing. And General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you can actually see it. But you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why, meaning no drugs are coming across, probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, if maybe they think I have drugs downstairs. I don't want that. I think the fishing business probably been hurt, but no, there are literally no boats. This was a boat, and we were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea, but they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're going to be stopping them too. When they come by land, we're going to be stopping them the same way we stop the boats. And you'll see that, but maybe by talking about it a little bit, it won't happen. If it doesn't happen, that's good. But they killed 300,000 people in our country last year, and we're not letting it happen anymore.
And then on Israel, did Bibi Netanyahu speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking Hamas?
No, he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
How did you learn of it?
The same way you did. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned that the shooter was radicalized online.
And then, by the way, when I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that?
I'm going to have to ask, I don't know, I'll ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd can give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
And President Trump, I've always told parents, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online, what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online, they're all on their phones all the time. Parents have got to monitor that, because this starts when you're young. This starts when you're young, when you listen to these groups, when you watch these shows, and parents have got to just be vigilant. So sure, that's part of it, and they're meeting kids online who they think are kids, and they can be anywhere in the world, and talking to them, and yeah, they are being radicalized.
He went bad, and he just went bad very quickly in a sense, because he sort of led a very normal life, a life of, great education, schools, everything else, but somewhere along the line something happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, how will you send the National Guard into Chicago without cooperation of the governor and the mayor?
Well, if they do cooperate, that's good. If they don't, it's not going to matter to us at all. You know who wants to help us? Police department. They have no respect for the governor. They have no respect for the mayor. They respect us. And we found that in Washington. We haven't had total support in Washington from government, as you know, from everybody. I don't want to say the mayor because she's better than most, but we haven't had great, but we have had great support from the Metropolitan Police. They're like brothers of these people. They're really like brothers. You see that. They work together. And so if the governor wants to support, as I said, the bill is going to be his proudest moment. What he's going to do, the governor of Tennessee, what's going to happen with Memphis. In 3-4 weeks, we'll stand together and we'll say, look at this, the crime has almost disappeared, maybe completely disappeared. In Washington, they don't even know how to record it because it's down so much. They've never heard. I heard 87% is down. I said, really, who are the 13%? Because it's more than that. It's actually more. Hard to believe, right? You're going to have the same results in Chicago.
And we hope we have the governor's help, but if we don't, we're doing it without him.
And on this crazy, Mr. President, you had the framework that's been agreed to with TikTok, for example. Will China continue to have a stake in the company, or will...
Well, we haven't decided that, but it looks to me, I'm speaking to President Xi on Friday for confirmation of that, and, you know, frankly, more importantly, a big deal. And we've had very good meetings. As you know, we were in Europe, our people, Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer, and others. And it was a very big meeting with China. And, you know, they're treating us with respect. We treat them with respect, too. But it was very successful. And on top of it, we have what could be a very good deal. Don't forget, I've had more people say, could you try and keep TikTok alive? I use TikTok. I mean, I have to admit it. In the election, and look how I did with you. No Republicans come close. I blew everyone away. You know, if you look back, not so long ago, Romney, he got like 7% of the youth. I got like 8 times that amount. I got tremendous numbers of youth. By the way, I want to say, Charlie helped me. And Charlie was the one, get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I did. I had somebody named TikTok Jack. And he'd put that camera, he said, just a real quick statement, so like 10 seconds or less. They didn't like anything over 10 seconds, but it worked. But Charlie is the one that really, and my son Barrett also. And I have to say, Don, Eric, the whole group, it's important. And
Diablo's Metal Demon Drill Bits, the only bits you'll ever need. Revolutionize your toolbox with the industry's first 3-in-1 bit. Diablo's Metal Demon replacing black oxide, titanium, and cobalt bits. Conquering mining, hardening, and even stainless steels with ease. Visit DiabloTools.com to learn more and elevate your metal drilling experience.
Get all the benefits of solar and battery without the cost of ownership with the Sunrun Solar Subscription Plan. A lot of homeowners think going solar means a huge upfront investment or complicated maintenance, but with Sunrun, it's different. The Sunrun Solar Subscription Plan gives you reliable and affordable energy with predictable payments, all without the need to buy the system yourself. That means no upfront costs or loans required to get started with solar. We handle everything from installation to maintenance and repairs, guaranteeing system performance and battery health. You pay a predictable rate, unlike traditional utilities, and get protection against rising energy costs. Plus, if you sell your home, we guarantee the system will transfer to the next homeowner. With over 1 million customers, Sunrun is America's #1 home solar and storage provider, and we offer dedicated customer support so you'll never be left in the dark. Click the link for a free quote customized to your home and energy usage.
It can maybe even bring us closer to China. We had a very good meeting with China. I was surprised. I didn't expect it to that extent. And I'm going to speak again with President Xi on Friday, and you know, I think that'll confirm things up.
I'm Charlie Kirk in crime. I'm Charlie Kirk. You plan to speak at the funeral, and what would your message be?
Well, I'm going on Sunday. We're taking a whole plane load, and having. I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're going to have a stadium, and I bet that stadium is going to be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's going to be big, but I'm going to be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I know him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right. And he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. You know, Turning Point is. It became a very big deal. And I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, if 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places.
numbers that, nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think turning point could be, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit, and Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, "Sir," I think it was Phoenix, "Sir, could you get to Phoenix?" This was like in a day. I said, "Charlie, I'm the President of the United States. You're coming asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie." But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be strict with her community assignments?
I think she's a disgraceful person. I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last couple incidents, this flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be the trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down up and down the streets of DC?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, so that'll happen. But I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. Freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. As you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody burns the American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately. But the freedom of speech protected them, right? And so, that's been argued a couple of times, and it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon. And that's the violence. They incite violence. So when I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine. And all of a sudden, they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either. But I will say, it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech. Use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you got to see, these people were going at it. And you can burn other things, and people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and both sides. But the level of violence I saw this flag burning cause was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, man. Right?
Well, it's also used called Trans-Tifa. So perhaps if you can label them a domestic terrorist group, and you can, all reality, you could take that flag down because it would represent the Trans-Tifa.
I think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you bet. Anyway.
Daniel said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar...
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar. As I say, I call it Qatar, you call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually, you're allowed to go. The Emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago, where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that.
In retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has hatred to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to have staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar.
The Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me. People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Portman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Jackie Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking...
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
We are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs, and they were saying foment violence. Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yeah, so what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organize doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break out cement and they bring into riots. They organize drop points for weapons, organize drop points for gas masks, organize drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. I think the key point the president is making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will not be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away. That's great. And then they whip out a hammer. And it's a beautiful hammer, really. It's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens to have. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking down. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive, and they're great, and, you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges at the car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country's going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly. But at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
When you secure your firearms, you create the time and space to confront a suicide crisis. No matter when or how you served, we all face our own monsters. We are veterans, warriors, survivors. Keep it secure.
Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for being here. We have largely an energy group today. We're looking to be very energy dominant, and we will be in a very short order. These are great professionals, but before we do that, we'll be signing an executive order having to do with COVID and schools. Lindsay?
Yep. So this first executive order
It prohibits federal funding for COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates in schools.
Okay, and that will meaning they want to clear that up,
Yep.
the discrepancy.
So any schools that require students to be vaccinated with COVID-19 shot, then there's no more federal funding, so.
Okay. Okay, that solves that problem.
Sir, will the Department of Education have to handle that?
Yes, it'll go through the Department of Education. Okay? Thanks.
Can I make one comment, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
As a father of 9, thank you. We should have parental freedom to decide what vaccines our kids take, as opposed to school systems and governors forcing upon the people that love these kids the most, which is the parents. So thank you for saying that.
Great, thank you very much. People wanted that very badly. Okay.
Okay, and here is an executive order establishing the National Energy Dominance Council. So that will be chaired by the Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum, and the Vice Chair, Chris Wright. And so this will reduce costs with respect to energy, establish American independence with energy, and also unleash energy dominance.
Good, thank you. And this is a big deal. We have more energy than any other country, and now we're unleashing it, to put it nicely. And I'd like to ask Doug, you're going to be heading it up. You and Chris, would you say a few words about it, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency. And this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole of government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole of government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them. Many of these are under public lands. The interior has 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, critical minerals, and offshore close to 2 billion acres. And that balance sheet is the biggest balance sheet in the world, and it's been completely underutilized. Everybody knows we have 36 trillion in debt as a country, but no one knows how many hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets we have. And President Trump is asking us to go get a return on that investment for the American people. And with that, we're going to have prosperity at home with lower prices, and we're also going to have peace abroad. Because the wars that we've been engaged in, or our allies have been fighting over the past few years, have been funded by the oil sales of our adversaries. And so we have an opportunity, and we also were in an AI arms race with China. The only way we win that is with more electricity. And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that, and it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future. So with that, I want to say again, thank you to President Trump, and I want to thank my fellow members of the Energy Council here. I'm going to kick it over to the Vice Chair, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Today is truly a great day for our country today. And Secretary Burgum laid out so many of the problems the last 4 years. If you put barriers in front of energy, you make it more expensive, you make it less reliable, you make it harder to do business here, and harder for our consumers to pay their bills. With this fantastic action from our president, we now have authority across the government to lean in to fix these problems. And I'll start out with one specific right away. This morning, I signed our first LNG export license unpausing the pause in action. The Commonwealth LNG project that'll be on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana is now officially ready to go. This will be a large construction project for American workers. It'll draw demand for more American energy production that'll be shipped overseas to our allies. Many more of those to come. We're also working aggressively to roll back standards that have made appliances more expensive for Americans, and dishwashers that take 2 hours long and don't get your dishes clean. Nobody likes that. That's about standing in the way. And with this President Trump and our new National Energy Dominance Council, there's so many things we can do to make American lives better, bring down costs and grow opportunities. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to a fellow member of the council, our Administrator of the EPA, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you, Secretary, and honored to be serving on the Energy Dominance Council. At EPA, we're doing our part to power the great American comeback. And President Trump has made it clear that he wants EPA to be doing our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance. This is a moment that we must meet. To that end, it is important to note that the prior Biden-Harris EPA issued a waiver to California for tailpipe emissions. This was a rule that should have been submitted to Congress. We will submit it to Congress. Congress will have the opportunity through the Congressional Review Act to make that waiver go away. We will do everything in our part to help the American people to make life in America more affordable. The golden age of American success is upon us. If you're excited about the last 3 weeks, that was just a taste of the main event, the entree to come, the next 4 years being the greatest term in the history of the American presidency. With that, I'd like to introduce Sean Duffy.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the work on dishwashers. We use more water to wash our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher. That's right. We're not saving water, we're using more water, so thank you for that. But I'm also joining the EPA. We've introduced our rules to start to look at the CAFE standards. So we're looking at how much it costs for end users when they put gas in their car. And the Biden era standards are costing billions of dollars in taxes and carbon credits, which drive up the cost of vehicles. And so we're going to remedy that, rectify it, and make sure we're bringing down the cost of a car, number one. Number two, if I can just mention, Mr. President, per your direction, we are going to move forward with a permitting process for the Texas Gulf Link deep water port, making sure we can move energy in and out of the country. So that was held up for 5 years. And it was stonewalled, bureaucrats got in the way. We're now going to move forward with that, making sure we have great oil infrastructure in the country.
Great, thanks.
And Howard Lutnick?
Yes. So, the nanny state, you're feeling the end of the nanny state. From straws made of paper to regulation endlessly harming Americans and holding us back. It slows down our production and manufacturing, which we were talking about with the Prime Minister of India yesterday. You're hearing that about energy dominance. It's going to go away. We're going to care about Americans. The Trump administration and this president cares about Americans, and you're going to feel it change. You're going to feel the price of energy coming down. You're going to feel prices coming down. You're going to feel an explosion. The golden age of manufacturing of America has always been there. It's just been stifled by regulation, and that time is over.
Thank you very much, Howard. Please.
Mr. President, I just want to say that you've built such an incredible team, and Secretary and Chairman Burgum, that he's been working on this his whole life. And so what I expect you to see, sir, is action as early as next week that is going to shock people about how good it is for Americans. So thank you for your leadership, sir.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we are also working on a project that has been under wraps for 20 years. Everybody wanted it. It's been held up by New York. It's a pipeline that will bring down the energy prices in New York and in all of New England by 50, 60, 70%. It should have been done years ago. We'll be speaking to New York, and the New York is actually the biggest beneficiary because their energy costs are very high. This will reduce them very substantially. But all of the governors want this to happen, and I think it's going to happen. It's now going to happen. It's something that's would rather not have to go eminent domain. We'll do that if we have to in New York, but hopefully we won't have to do that. This again will bring down energy prices in New England by numbers that nobody can even believe, probably 50, 60%, maybe even more than that. A lot of them don't even pay energy because they have no energy. They use logs, they go out and they cut down a tree. It's really a terrible situation. So we're going to get this done, and we can have it done once we start construction. We're looking at anywhere from 9 to 12 months, if you can believe it. It's going to go very rapidly. The other thing I'd like Doug to mention, the 635 million acres that Biden so viciously took out of our net worth. If you look at it from the standpoint of a company, you talk about net worth. They've destroyed our net worth. We're putting it back. It will be back as of this afternoon. And Doug, could you mention that? All of the millions and millions of acres that he just handed back.
Yes, the executive order by President Biden that wiped out these trillions from our balance sheet. President Trump signed an executive order instructing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban that ban, and that's been accomplished. And so those are back on the U.S. balance sheet.
Okay.
Sorry, which one is that?
The 625 million acres of offshore that was banned from further lease sales.
Further anything.
625 million acres is 1/3 the size of the lower 48 that was taken off our balance sheet. It's back on there now. President Trump cares about the American people. He knows that these public lands belong to the public. They don't belong to Washington bureaucrats from the prior administration. And we're going to make sure that we get a return on investment for the American people.
The amount of money that he took off our balance sheet, if you look at it as a balance sheet, it was incalculable. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And he did that, I guess, in the last few days of the administration. He just wiped it out. 635 million acres, which if you sit down and look, it's like, that's a major part of the ocean. And he just gave it away and took it away. And fortunately, it wasn't done with an act of Congress or anything. And we did it in a, I think, very abbreviated, very quick, and very legal procedure. And it's now back on our balance sheet. It's back as part of our country. What they did was so horrible. It was just a terrible thing to do, an unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing. We're going to get rid of those restrictions. And you have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction. And basically, I think we were going to be going back to the Trump rule. We had it, and everybody was happy. And then these people came in and they restricted it again. So we're going back, and we'll get it approved by Congress. In addition, we'll get it approved by Congress. So for 4 years, it's good, but we're going to get it permanently taken care of. And again, very environmentally friendly. But we want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher, and there's barely enough water to, I mean, there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times, so it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that, and where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are there to update them for the American people, to bring down cost of living and combat inflation, and just pursue common sense.
Good. Well, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. We're opening up ANWR again. As you know, we got something Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. No president was able to do it. I got it. And the first week in office, the Biden administration terminated that. ANWR is the biggest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. We don't know yet, but it's of that size or bigger. And we hit gold, and I call it liquid gold, but we hit gold, and for whatever reason, they terminated it, and we were just ready to start utilizing it. This could take care of all of Asia, energy-wise. very close to Japan. In fact, Japan wants to go and be our partner doing the pipeline going right into the ships. So they expressed tremendous interest. So did Prime Minister Modi of India. And just in closing, both Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister of Japan, both very good people, they said, we couldn't make a deal. We couldn't get any energy. I mean, you wonder what was going on with our country. They couldn't make a deal to get any energy from the Biden administration. They just couldn't do it. There was nobody to deal with. They didn't know how to go about it. And they're very happy that we're here. But we're going to really benefit our taxpayers, and we're going to benefit our country. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very big bill. This is really going to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant like nobody else. And this doesn't even discuss all of the electricity that we're going to be producing for all of the AI plants. You know, they need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So you take all of our electricity that we have all over the country just for AI to do it right and to win that war, which we're leading by a lot because of what we've done over the last few weeks. We're leading by actually a lot. But if you take all of it, we have to double our electricity needs just for the AI, and that doesn't include the other technologies. So it's a real honor to sign this bill. We're going to also work on CAFE standards. Lee, you're going to be doing that and make that whole situation, bring that back into reality, and I think very quickly, having to do with cars. Thank you very much. No, but in 2 weeks we will have another one. Yesterday was very big. Reciprocal tariffs was very big, and I explained to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, very good man, his tariffs are very, very high. India's tariffs are among the highest. And I said, well, now, you know, we were very low. We were the lowest. They're just about the highest. There are others as high, but not much higher. And I said, no, from now on, what we do is what you charge us, we charge you. It's very simple. So whatever you're charging us, you can go as high as you want. Whatever you charge us, we charge you. And I wouldn't say they were thrilled to hear that, but that's the way it is. Tariff, I told you, is a beautiful word. Fourth most beautiful.
Did you make any pledges about BRICS nations not undermining the dollar and then threatening 10%
tariffs? BRICS, the BRICS nations, I think that's breaking up very rapidly. We said that if they're going to go in and do anything to undermine the dollar, that includes China. I don't even know that they're a member of BRICS, but they had a few nations get together to try and play cute. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariff on every one of those nations. And at the mere thought of saying that, I think that's all broken up. That idea is no longer sailed. Now, that would be a terrible thing for our country. It would be bad for the world. They wanted to undermine the dollar. 6 nations got together. They want to undermine the dollar. That didn't work out too well. Not going to happen. And we're getting along with a lot of nations now, frankly. There's a lot of respect for the United States. We have regained the respect that we should have, but we've also done things to deserve it. I mean, we've freed up our country, and you're going to see this is basically energy dominance, and it's going to be environmentally clean, environmentally wonderful, and taxes will be very reasonable based on this. We're going to make more money than anybody's ever made with energy. We have more energy than anybody else, and it's clean energy, very clean, beautiful energy. We're lucky. We have it. I call it liquid gold under our feet, and we're going to utilize it. So this is a very big bill, and I have a very talented group of people behind me. This gentleman was the #1 man in all of the oil industry. They said there's nobody like him, Chris Wright. And you know Doug actually made a tremendous fortune in technology, and he said, I'm going to run for the governorship of, he loves this state, of North Dakota. And he did, and he made it so energy powerful that I think you're more proficient at energy than technology, but what do I know? And this guy, everybody knows him, Sean. He's been, he's done a fast study on transportation, and he knows, he's learned a lot over the last few months. He's learned a lot. He's really been great. And Howard has built one of the great companies, Cantor Fitzgerald, that was wiped out, completely wiped out, other than a few people left in Europe. And he rebuilt the company into a bigger, better company. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the most absolutely one of the top companies on Wall Street, stocks, bonds, trading. And he took that, I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. He was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school that one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. And he rebuilt his company step by step over years and became bigger and stronger. And he gave a tremendous amount of the profit to the families of the people that died, which he didn't have to do. And now he's working with us. He did an incredible job. I mean, anybody in that world, they know Howard Lutnick very well, and I'm honored to have him running commerce. He's going to be incredible. He loves it. He loves the country. And Lee was a great lawyer, a great congressman, very successful person, both as a lawyer and as a congressman, and knows a lot about the environment, cares about the environment. And we were lucky that I was very happy that you joined. And he was with me right from the beginning, always was with me, and I've always been with him. And Kevin Hassett, we know everybody knows Kevin, and he's fantastic. And you and Lindsay, you and your team are incredible. The job you've done, we really appreciate. Thank Will. And the job you guys are doing is really fantastic. We're knocking this out. Brian, do you have a question?
I actually do. What kind of piqued my interest is growing up on the Texas Gulf Coast, natural gas, the LNG that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's the potential for like new jobs or growth in that area? I mean, that part of the country, Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Texas, they depend on that.
I would say that the potential is simply tremendous. You know, 20 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas in the world. And we had natural gas prices 2 or 3 times higher than they are today. But with shale revolution and great entrepreneurs in Texas and Louisiana and across our great country, we are now today the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world. And so much of the world is depending upon natural gas. Is the fastest growing energy source, has been for 50 years. We were the driver of that, and then we paused. We stopped our ability to grow natural gas exports. Both the Japanese government and Indian government expressed great distress about that. They're going to count on energy imports from the U.S., and we may just change our mind. So I think they're thrilled to see the actions of this president say America's open for business. Yes, we have the energy, we have the people, we have huge job opportunities and investment opportunities, not just in the oil and gas industry, but all those surrounding communities that are lifted up by that more production here. And as we produce more production at scale, not only does it allow us to export, but it becomes more efficient, and it helps us drive down the cost for our domestic consumers as well.
Yeah, I know they're really happy to just let you Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I will say this, that this all started 8 years ago when I got elected. We were doing this, not to the extent that we're doing it now, but we were doing this, and we became #1 in oil and gas by far. And we were #3, even #4, some would say. When I left, we were #1 by a lot. And then they pulled way back, and the prices started going through the roof, and then they went back to my plan, but by that time the prices had already gone up, so they really disrupted it. But now we're going to take it to a new level. It's going to be amazing. Again, we're also, it's very powerful, clean coal. We have more coal than anybody. This is good, beautiful, clean coal. And if you notice, China's opening up a coal plant a month. Germany is now opening up a coal plant every 2 months. Very powerful. It's probably the most powerful source of energy in terms of generation of electricity and other things. And we're going to utilize our good, clean, beautiful coal and oil and gas. We have more than anybody of everything.
and we're going to take advantage of it. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Can I ask you, sir, about what's happening in Munich? Senator Roger Wicker shepherded Defense Secretary Hegseth through his confirmation. He got him through that process, and then he had some tough words for him overseas. He said it was a rookie mistake for Secretary Hegseth to outline what would or would not happen as far as Ukraine's membership in NATO goes. And then
I haven't heard that. I mean, Roger's a very good friend of mine, and Peter's obviously, he's been doing a great job. I haven't heard. Let me look at. You tell me something. I have not heard about it.
The question I had is, were you aware of what Secretary Hegseth was going to say in his speech at NATO?
Generally speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, I was. So I'll speak to Roger. I'll speak to Pete. I'll find out.
Mr. President, the Energy Dominance Council, that's for all forms of energy? Does that include
all forms of energy? Yep.
And the pipeline you mentioned, sir, is that Constitution pipeline in New York? Is that
I believe so, right? Yeah, that's what it is. And you know, they've been trying to get it for 20 years. And what it means is for New York, upstate New York, and even everywhere in New York, also other states, but in particular New England, that New England will now, I think, will cut the energy prices, and big cuts in New York too, but cut the energy prices literally in half. We have the permits. We have permits that just about everything we need, a New York permit, and I would imagine they want to, because their energy prices will come down so far. And it's a lot of jobs for New York. It's a great thing for New York. Everybody wants it. We'll be meeting with the various governors, Governor of New York, and the other governors too. And we can have it built in about 9 months, and let's say 1 year, but we can actually have it built in pretty close to 9 months. It's all set. We have most of the permits, almost all of the permits.
And on just, you're prioritizing energy dominance today. You've also prioritized trade balance. The oil industry is a little worried about the steel tariffs. I mean, they've put 20,000 feet steel in the ground in a well. How will you balance that? Is there a
You're talking about steel and aluminum.
Indeed, steel tariffs.
So the steel, I saved the steel industry in my first term by putting on tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel. Others also, but mostly China. And I put very substantial, we took in $600 billion worth of tariffs from China. No other president's taken up, literally haven't gotten 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And hundreds of billions of dollars came in from China. And they understood it, they understood what I did, but the dumping stopped. And had I not done that, you wouldn't have one steel mill, I think I can say, not one steel mill operating in this country. And we need steel. We need steel. I mean, there are some things you have to have, and steel is one of them for military, etc. So I think steel is going to be very strong. It's going to be very strong. I think it'll go back to being really powerful. We saved it. I mean, we were talking about U.S. Steel last week. U.S. Steel would have been closed, totally closed. We saved it. And now it's going to become, I think, very, very profitable. The tariffs are going to save a lot of industries.
Mr. President, with steel, can I just follow up on Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, finish there.
If the Japanese company that's interested in U.S. Steel wants to take a minority stake as opposed to full ownership, is
a
that
minority stake I wouldn't mind greatly, but what they're doing right now is they're going to be investors, and they're going to be investing in, I think, debt and various other things. But we didn't want to let U.S. Steel go to a foreign company. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the world for a period of 15 years. It was, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
Can I just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich? Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them?
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally different view of the world than this administration's?
Well, I heard his speech. I tell you, you're talking about JD's speech, right?
Yes, sir.
I heard his speech, and he talked about freedom of speech, and I think it's true in Europe. It's losing. They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah. Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration. And Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually. I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
You mentioned auto tariffs the other day. When do you plan to unroll?
Howard, I'd say over the next, sometime maybe around April 2nd. I would have done them on April 1st. Believe it or not, I'm a little superstitious. No, literally, we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day, but we're going to do it on April 2nd, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously I'm not involved in that, but I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. You know, the whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway. But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else. Because the people got it. It was weaponized, and I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that there's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why did they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, or whatever it happened? You know, they just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complained, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So you know. That's called politics, I guess. Yeah, please.
Earlier this week, you predicted that oil would break loose if Hamas would hand over all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow in terms of...
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out. And I looked at it before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. You could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time. And they've been treated very badly. The young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. Now, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again. But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they look real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release.
But obviously they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden, 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not gonna release any more hostages. And then yesterday, they said they are going to release the hostages. But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in
No,
layoffs?
look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had, and nobody knows what that final number is, because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. They have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. We gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that. But, no, I think you'll probably have some more in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for you. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So can I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir?
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, I met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, and that was the extended playback there inside of the Oval Office. President Trump taking questions as he normally does in these settings, and taking questions on Gaza and this deadline for Hamas. That is 12 p.m. tomorrow to hand over the hostages. And he says he doesn't know what Israel will do if that deadline passes and the hostages aren't turned over. So again, we will bring you always the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break right now. Stay right here with us.
We're not ready yet? Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you. I just want to start by saying we had a meeting yesterday on the Department of Education, which is being moved. We're going to educate the children in their states where they can get a proper education. The numbers are horrible the way it is, and we're going to make a move that's very big. I don't think it's even risky a little bit. I think it's going to be amazing. It should have been done years ago. They've been talking about doing it for many years, but nobody ever got it off. But we did. And there was great excitement and great acceptance of it by almost everybody, including a lot of Democrats, actually. I do want to say that I've decided that the SBA, the Small Business Administration, headed by Kelly Loeffler, who's a terrific person, will handle all of the student loan portfolio. We have a portfolio that's very large, lots of loans, tens of thousands of loans, pretty complicated deal. And that's coming out of the Department of Education immediately, and it's going to be headed up by Kelly Loeffler at SBA, and they're all set for it. They're waiting for it, and it'll be serviced much better than it has in the past. It's been a mess. And also, Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex, but that's going to be headed by and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out of the Department of Education, and then all we have to do is get the students to get guidance from the people that love them and cherish them, including their parents, by the way, who will be totally involved in their education, along with the boards and the governors and the states, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a great situation. I guarantee that in a few years from now, I hope I'm going to be around to see it, but I think we're going to see a lot of it. I think that you're going to have tremendous results. You're going to have results like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of the countries that do so well. I think you're going to have a lot of those results. If you look at Iowa and Indiana and Idaho, so many places that run so well. Florida, Texas, big ones. You're going to have great education, much better than it is now at half the cost. And we're not even doing it as a cost item, although you will save probably half, maybe more than that. And you're not going to be at the bottom of the list. You're going to be much higher. And maybe you'll be, I will guarantee some of the states will be at the top of the list. They'll be comparable or better than these number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, the countries that are in the top 5 positions. So that's, to me, it's very exciting, and it's been received very well. So I just wanted to tell you about the student loans and special needs. But we're here for a reason today that is very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first 6th generation fighter jet. Number 6, 6th generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it, and it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title, and it's a beautiful number, F-47. It's something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing. As you know, it was highly competed for. There was a lot of competition, generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition, but this plane is produced numbers that nobody's ever seen before. The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them, and it's not even close. This is the next level. You know, level 5 is good. This is level 6, they say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability, likewise, is there's never been anything like it, despite the power and speed. Its speed is top. So over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often. America's enemies will never see it coming. Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose, but you have to have it. And if it never happens, they won't know what the hell hit them. A new fleet of these magnificent planes will be built in the air during my administration over the next couple of years. It's ready to go. They've already built much of what has to be built in terms of production, including the sheds. We'll ensure that the USA continues to dominate the skies. We've given an order for a lot. We can't tell you the price because it would give way to some of the technology and some of the size of the plane, good-sized plane. This contract also represents a historic investment in our defense industrial base, helping to keep America at the cutting edge of aerospace and technology. Our allies are calling constantly. They want to buy them also, and certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned-down versions. We'd like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right? But I would like to ask Secretary Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. He's really really been very inspiring in so many ways. And I must say that before he speaks, we have had record people wanting to join our military in the last 2.5 months, literally since this, I think probably since the election, November 5th, but especially since we came to office and since I announced Pete. He's young, he's smart, he's strong, he loves it, and they love him. But we've had record numbers of people wanting to join our military. Now, if you go back 6 months, it was the exact opposite. You had record numbers of people not wanting to join the military. Now you have record numbers of people wanting to be in our military. And that's a great honor. That shows you we're really on the right track. So, Pete, maybe say a few words.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, this is a big day. This is a big day for our warfighters. This is a big day for our country, a big day in the world. The name of this program is the Next Generation of Air Dominance. And Mr. President, because of your leadership, your clarity, America is going to have generations in the future of air dominance because of this 6th generation fighter. We've had the F-15, we had the F-16, the F-18, the F-22, the F-35. Now we have the F-47, which sends a very direct, clear message to our allies that we're not going anywhere, and to our enemies that we will be able to project power around the globe unimpeded for generations to come. Mr. President, this is a gift to my kids and your kids, to my grandkids and your grandkids. This is a historic investment in the American military, in the American industrial base, in American industry that will help revive the warrior ethos inside our military, which we're doing, rebuild our military, which the previous administration did not do, by the way, Mr. President. They paused this program and were prepared to potentially scrap it. We know this is cheaper, longer range, and more stealthy. President Trump said we're reviving it and we're doing it. And then we are also going to reestablish deterrence. Under the previous administration, we looked like fools. Not anymore. President Trump has reestablished American leadership. The F-47 is part of it. And Mr. President, thank you for having the courage to do it and leading the way for all our warfighters.
Thank you very much, Pete. One of the things I will say, but the generals are going to speak in just a couple of seconds, but this plane flies with drones. It flies with many, many drones, as many as you want, and it's a technology that's new, but it doesn't fly by itself. It flies with many drones, as many as we want, and that's something that no other plane can do. So I'd like to introduce, if I might, Air Force Chief of Staff General David Alvin, and also General Dale White, two incredible people that I've known over the years, but I got to know really well over the last few months. And would you say a few words, please, Jim?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for your unwavering commitment to our military. I will say that this is a big day. This is a big day for our United States Air Force as well. You know, air dominance is not a birthright, but it's become synonymous with American air power. But air dominance needs to be earned every single day. And since the earliest days of aerial warfare, brave American airmen have jumped into their machines, taken to the air, and they've cleared the skies. And whether that be clearing the skies so we can rain down destruction on our enemies from above, or we can clear the path for the ground forces below. That's been our commitment to the fight, and that's really been our promise to America. And with this F-47 as the crown jewel in the next generation air dominance family of systems, we're going to be able to keep that promise well into the future.
Choices, they make us who we are, but they aren't all created equal. Kirin Ichiban isn't just any beer, any more than you're just anyone. It represents a choice determined by destiny. Kirin Ichiban, make your moment.
I also wanted to thank everyone from industry and within government, our engineers, who have worked tirelessly on this program to bring it where we are right now today. This shows that American talent, American skill, and American determination are second to none, because this platform is second to none. So we believe that this provides more lethality, it provides more capability, more modernized capability in a way that is built to adapt. This, along with our collaborative combat aircraft the President talked about with drones, this is allowing us to look into the future and unlock the magic that is human-machine teaming. generation of modern aerial warfare with this. This enables us to do this. The manner in which we put this program together puts more control in the hands of the government, so we can update and adapt at the speed of relevance, at the speed of technology, not at the speed of bureaucracy. This is more Air Force. This is more options for the president. We say as our mission in the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere. If you want to go anywhere, you have to have a platform that gets you anywhere. This provides the president options from the very one end, which is a quick response, and then we can get right back into fighting stance without having to deploy troops that are going to take maybe months and cost more lives. We can be back in fighting stance and maybe restore that deterrence. All the way to decisive victory as part of a joint force that is the most lethal and capable military ever known in history. That's what we provide now, and this allows us to provide it into the future. It's more deterrence, more capability. It's what peace through strength looks like into the future, Mr. President. And so we're very proud to do that. And all we can say is, on behalf of the United States Air Force, let's deliver.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General. Would you like to say something?
No, sir, I'll just double check what the chief said.
He knows what to do.
The generational
He needs
medicine.
to go close.
That's exactly right. Our security is what it's all about, and this is what we'll deliver.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great job. We've worked together long and hard on this, and this was a big secret. In fact, we don't show too much of the plane for that reason. You see what we show? You see how beautiful that is, but that's just a very small part of it.
Sure.
I wasn't surprised. I was wondering how much are you going to show if they came in with that? You see a wheel in the front? That's about it. Any questions?
Mr. President Trump, 80,000 pages of documents is a lot to sit through. Can you just tell us who killed Kennedy?
Well, I was given the task of releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said, release. We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it, we're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything. And whoever else they want. I mean, we have nothing, we really have nothing to hide. We shouldn't have. When a lot of time goes by. But with the Kennedy files in particular, they were going crazy on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000, it's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see. Everything is out there, totally open. The additional stuff is available later on today. You go over to the offices and you can have it immediately. And you'll make a determination.
And on something else, these Trinidad guys, because of your executive order, they are designated as foreign terrorists.
Yeah.
If ISIS or Al-Qaeda foreign terrorists were operating here in the United States, cops would probably be shooting first and asking questions later. And so what is the difference between terrorists, between somebody like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda operative versus a MS-13 or Trinidad Aragua?
Well, these are people that focus on destroying people in their homes. They're not as international in that sense. They're a group of thugs. They come from Venezuela. They come from the prisons of Venezuela. They're very dangerous people, but they didn't look so dangerous when the guards took care of the situation from El Salvador. And I want to thank the president. He's a friend of mine. He's done a great job. But I just can't imagine that the Democrats are taking this issue where they want to have them back. So now they have men playing in women's sports. They have transgender for everyone. They have open borders. They have all of their crazy policies that are, I think, 95-5, not 90-10, okay? And their new policy is, let's bring Trinidad Aragua back into our country. Let's bring the worst, these are the worst gang members there are. They looked amazingly frail, though, by the way they were handled. It's very amazing. They weren't, when they were in Colorado, cutting the fingers off a man because he made a phone call to the police. They seemed a lot tougher then than they did when they were having their heads shaved and they were in shackles. They're tough people, they're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he wants him. You know, he didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes. And we just can't let that happen. It'd be so bad for our country. I won on the basis of getting criminals out of our country that were let in. It was called unforced error. They were let in by Biden, incompetently let in, and let in by the millions, actually. 21 million people, I believe it's 21 million. And that's not even including the gotaways, but these are rough people. We want them out of our country. And I won the election based at least partly on that, and that's a big part, yeah?
I don't know if you saw this. Tim Walz is now saying about Trump supporters, and forgive me, I'm just reading a quote from Tim Walz, I think I could kick most of their ass.
Oh boy, he'd be in trouble.
Is there any way to know?
Well, he's a loser, you know, I think the guy's a loser. He lost an election. He played a part. You know, usually a vice president doesn't play a part, they say. I think Tim played a part. I think he was so bad that he hurt her. But she hurt herself, and Joe hurt them both. They didn't have a great group, but I would probably put him at the bottom of the group.
Have you heard that Biden wants to get back involved for Democratic politicians, fundraising and campaigning against your policies?
I hope so. I hope so.
Mr. President, there are several families, Mr. President, there are families from some of the people, I'm William Naciones Pedro from Argentina. There are families from some of the people that were on those flights to El Salvador that claim that they're not criminals, they're not members of Teneragua, of MS-13. What can you tell them and what guarantees can you give them that everyone in those planes were actual criminals, terrorists, as you said?
Well, I was told that they went through a very strong vetting process, and that that will also be continuing in El Salvador. And if there's anything like that, we would certainly want to find out. But these were a bad group. This was a bad group, and they were in bad areas, and they were with a lot of other people that were absolutely killers, murderers, and people that were really bad, with the worst records you've ever seen. And but we will continue that process, absolutely. We don't want to make that kind of a mistake.
Is the U.S. planning to give up the position of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, and if so, why?
NATO is something that I say, NATO was gone until I came along. In fact, the previous Secretary General, very good man, both of them are good. The current man is fantastic. But both of them have said, if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of almost all of the countries. And now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You hurt us on trade, you do bad things on trade, and then on top of it, we're supposed to pay for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills. So NATO is solid. They're strong. But they have to treat us fairly. They have to treat us, because look, without us, NATO is not the same. And I can tell you, I've been having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried. But he is worried when the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, and by far most importantly, thousands of young people, and they're not American people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed every week, thousands a week. And also the United States has paid, because of Biden, $350 billion on a war that should have never happened. If we had a competent president and this sitting right here, that war would have never happened. It would have absolutely never happened with me. And it didn't happen. For 4 years, it didn't happen.
Mr. President, do you think you have the authority, the power to round up people, to report them, and then you're under no obligation to a court to show the evidence against them?
Well, that's what the law says, and that's what our country needs, because we were, unfortunately, they allowed millions of people to come into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. So you ought to ask, did he have the authority to allow millions of people? Did Biden have the authority to do something that's unthinkable? Have open borders where millions of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and totally unchecked, just as you would say. And many of those people were criminals. Many of them were from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members and drug dealers and very dangerous people. Many were murderers. We have 11,088 that we know of murderers they murdered. Of that number, at least half killed more than one person. They're in our country. They're in a location near you. Biden allowed that to happen to our country. And his people that really ran the country. And the person that operated the auto pen, I think we ought to find out who that was, because I guess that was the real president. So when you ask me if we have the authority, did Biden have the authority to allow millions of people to come into our country? Many of these people hardened criminals at the top of the line who have caused tremendous damage in our country. You see them in New York City fighting with our police. I mean, literally having fist fights in the street with our police. These are tough, hard criminals. Many of them came out of jails, and not just South America, from all over the world. They came from Africa, from the Congo. They came out from Asia, not just South America, but many from South America. These are hard, tough criminals, and we have to get them out. And a judge sitting behind a bench someplace got a nice appointment. You can't take that away from the people that are responsible. Now, in this case, Marco Rubio has a lot of big decisions to make, and he's a fantastic person, a great man. I think he'll be our best. I think he has a chance to be our best Secretary of State. He's been doing incredibly. He works so hard. He's gone to so many different countries already, and he's got the authority to get bad people out of our country. And you can't stop that with a judge sitting behind a bench that has no idea what goes on, who happens to be a radical left lunatic.
Your sausage McMuffin with egg didn't change. Your receipt did. The sausage McMuffin with egg extra value meal includes a hash brown and a small coffee for just $5. Only at McDonald's for a limited time. Prices and participation may vary.
You guys are denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China. Now, I deal with these people all the time. I'm dealing with Pete. I'm dealing with these gentlemen on numerous different airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great. But I don't want other people seeing, anybody seeing potential war with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, you know, Elon has businesses in China, and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. But it was such a fake story. The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. And anybody read that story, people laughed at that story. Who would do such a thing? And the first thing I did is I called Susie and I called Pete. I said, is there any truth to that? And they said, it's ridiculous. No, he's over there to talk about costs. You might want to address that, Pete. But Elon was over there today to address costs. Doge, thing called Doge, which you've heard about. Pete?
That's exactly right, Mr. President. You pointed out it was a fake story. We pointed out it was meant to sort of undermine whatever relationship the Pentagon has with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is an innovator. Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities our government and our military rely on, and I'm grateful for that. We welcomed him today to the Pentagon to talk about Doge, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations. It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting was fake. There was no war plans, there was no Chinese war plans, there was no secret plans. That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position. But if you read what's out of the New York Times, it's such a dishonest newspaper. It's such garbage. It's, you know, it used to be called all the news that's fit to print. Well, it's all the news that's not fit to print. They have fake sources, or they don't have sources. I think they make most of it up. But this was a made-up story by the New York Times. I call it the failing. It's a failing newspaper. It's failing. And They shouldn't do that. They really are the enemy of the people.
And something else I know,
We do need honest journalism in this. You know, we've made such big strides over the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, you have to watch these people every once in a while just to see where they're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be turned off. I don't think, they're not doing any ratings. You're doing well in the ratings.
I understand that your trade rep is meeting their Chinese counterpart next week. Is there anything that they can do to stop April 2nd or to roll back the tariffs that you put on China already?
Well, we can talk, but basically, I call April 2nd, I would have made it April 1st, but I didn't want to be April Fool's Day because then nobody would believe what I said, and they do believe me. April 2nd is going to be Liberation Day for America. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We've been ripped off on trade. We've been ripped off on military. We protect people and they don't do anything for us. It's just so unfair for years and years. And now some of that money is going to be coming back to us in the form of tariffs. Tens of billions. It's going to be numbers like nobody's ever seen. So NVIDIA announced today, you saw that? Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. The biggest chip maker in the world announced hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. Hundreds of billions, not millions, but billions. They're all coming here. Apple just announced $500 billion worth. They're going to build plants here. You know, they built their plants in China. They're going to build them here. And they're starting immediately. We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen, already announced. And they all want to have news conferences. I don't have enough time to have that many news conferences, but I would say so far at least $4 trillion. $4 trillion is coming in. Car companies, very importantly, a lot of the car companies that were going to build in Mexico or Canada are now building here. Because I don't want cars from Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine, but I want the car companies to build here, not, you know, they were building in Mexico 3 plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment and empty factories. Those days are over. So now those 3 places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one. Honda is building, just announced, a really big plant in Indiana, great state, smart place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming, And many other things come with that. But we need that for defense. You know, there are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term tariffs to stop the onslaught, because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50% and even 100% in certain cases tariffs on steel, you wouldn't have a steel plant in the United States. And Biden was unable to get rid of those tariffs because they threw off so much money that his numbers, which didn't work anyway, because his numbers were terrible. What he did, the way he spent money was so horrible, and what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. Do you have anything to say while you're here? Very good Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir. I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I want to go check this out.
It is cool.
Mr.
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have a $1 trillion deficit because of Biden with President Xi. More than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, you know, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115. I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And so that's a problem. But they have a tremendous surplus against the United States, so we don't want that.
Mr. President, ministries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change, but the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility, so there'll be flexibility, but basically it's reciprocal. So that if China is charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada is charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember with Canada, we don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their energy, we don't need anything from Canada, and yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that, because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state, it would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So, the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And, the expression I use is, some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it, and I think we're going to have a big deal on that, very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
And I don't think I've heard you say this in all the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state.
When the truck hit my son, I had so many questions about his case. I called the Barnes firm. It was the best call I could have made.
Call the Barnes firm now and find out what your case could be worth.
Bronze Smart IPL. Enjoy 2 years free from hair and hair removal.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Get hooked up on everyday spending with Cash App offers, and save at places you already shop.
The essence of driving is gripping the road, keeping momentum, and responding with precision. A brand by Hankook, a tire that fits Laufin.
You're concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state. Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And can I tell Peter, just, you add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe, but a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I, frankly, probably would do better with the liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage actually, but the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau, the conservative was leading by 35 points. So, so I don't know about that.
I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And another question to the two astronauts that you just held face in face, they didn't get any overtime pay for all that extra time. They got $5 a day per diem. For 286 days, that is $1,430 in extra pay. Is there anything the administration can do to get them, to make them whole?
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for them. I'll take care of it. I like that. I think that's, I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot. For what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because think if we don't have him. You know, there's only so long, even though they're in the capsule up there, that the body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months. And gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all of the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is going to get him? And I just want to thank him. He's going through a lot, what they're doing to him. And these people are going to be caught, and they're going to be caught, and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching your programs and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency, there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right.
And you said this is 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador than these MS-13 or Trinidad guys?
Well, I view these people as terrorists just like others. These are, when I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place. These are terrorists. You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody was killed. And you look at what's going on now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, behind you.
What do you say to American military families who are seeing Elon Musk at the Pentagon today, are hearing about Defense Department cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of their loved ones who are currently employed?
Well, we're making our country strong. And when they see a thing like that, and they hear that story about Elon in China, what they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the ones. They knew that story wasn't true. Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard the story. Nobody believed it, that the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like, and he has business. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very dishonest people. Look, I have it with the Times, and you'll see more and more of it. To me, it's a very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up. It's total fiction. And I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete. And I said, is there any truth to that? Absolutely not. He's there for Doge, not there for China. And if you ever mentioned China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made-up story. Nobody's taking better care of the military. One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those are wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs, because they're playing golf, or they're playing something,
They're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the States. We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs, because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I see it. So far, I'd say $4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones. The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the CHIP Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here, they're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd. It's reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody say, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs, they charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs, where they make it impossible for the cars to get in, even without the dollars on them, and the dollar signs. It's called the non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market. And yet they send us millions of cars, they send us big agriculture, they don't want our agriculture, they don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough, but now it's fair. So whatever they do to us, we do to them.
As Russia continues to attack Ukraine, are you planning to impose any sort of
Well, they're
sanctions?
fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. You had some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe, we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that we're going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies, they're very sophisticated people. Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax. All a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom. It was all a hoax, developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad. What he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart. He was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame. It's so sad to see what happened, what they've done to this country, both not only the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act. And many other things besides that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Donald Trump there is speaking with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Just before that, announcing some new fighter jets that were going to be employed within the Air Force, and then also taking several questions from reporters.
Choices, they make us who we are, but they aren't all created equal. Kirin Ichiban isn't just any beer, any more than you're just anyone. It represents a choice, determined by destiny. Kirin Ichiban, make your moment.
They're suing all our companies. And if that's going to happen, we want to be the ones that sue, not them. And they use it almost as a form of running European countries, and the EU in particular has been very violent in its lawsuits against our companies, and frankly, very violent and very bad to our airlines. I've gotten calls from the heads of airlines saying they stop in Europe and they're getting charged all sorts of taxes that they never even heard of. They stop and they're getting fined and charged, and they do it only with American companies. They're not doing it to other countries, so we're stopping it. And we have another thing, we have another step to go, and if they don't shape up, as an example, Apple has had to pay like $17 billion in a lawsuit that nobody thought was worth anything. And I won't get into the judge or the decision or how the decision was arrived, but I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I think it's disgraceful. And Google's being sued, Facebook's being sued, and many others are being sued by their so-called government, if you call it a government, EU, and they don't treat us right. They don't treat us right as a country. So if we're going to protect our companies, we have to protect our companies, so we're not going to have any companies left anymore. I also want to thank Apple, though, for announcing they're going to invest $500 billion in our country. That's the biggest investment anybody's probably made to this date. And they're going to do it very quickly, and that's because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and they feel very strongly about the country now. They wouldn't have done it without us. Without the Trump administration, they wouldn't have done it. But they feel very strongly about the direction of the country. The polls have shown that too. The polls are coming out showing direction of the company is of the country is the best they've ever seen, actually. Best they've ever seen. So I just want to thank Tim Cook and Apple for the confidence. $500 billion. That's the biggest investment anyone has made in a short period of time.
Mr. President, have you spoken today with the House Republican holdouts who said they would not be supporting the budget resolution?
Well, I'm not involved in that. They know what I want, and the Senate knows what I want too. And the Senate's got a bill that's very strong, having to do with the taxes, because the taxes is what's bringing all these companies in. So, and without it, by the way, you'd have to double your own taxes. Everybody would be doubled up, and you'd have the biggest tax increase ever. So the House has a bill and the Senate has a bill, and I'm looking at them both, and I'll make decisions, but I don't know where they are in the vote. I know the Senate's doing very well, and the House is doing very well, but each one of them has things that I like. So we'll see if we can come together.
Mr. President, can you clarify, hopefully once and for all, what your expectations are with this email to federal employees? What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired. What it really is do people exist? We have this massive government with millions of people, and nobody knows who's working for the government, who's not. So what they're doing is they're sending out a letter to everybody, and they're saying, what were the things you did last week? I guess they asked for 5. And if people are working, it's easy. I can tell you 5 things I did last week. I can tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago, right? If they're there and they're working, they're able to say they did 5 things during work. And that means they're working and they're with us and they have no further obligation. If they're not, it could be there's no such person. It could be that the person's no longer working. They're no longer living at that address. They may be moved. Maybe they moved to a different country, or maybe the person doesn't exist. And we then take that person off the payroll, and we save a lot of money by doing that. But that's one of the only ways. I think it's a very smart thing. And it says, if you don't answer, essentially, there's a penalty to pay. Like, that's the end of the job.
Musk has said that. The order itself doesn't say that. I think that's part of the confusion. Is he speaking for you when he says...
Yeah, everybody speaks for me. I'm the one, I'll take responsibility. The old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing, the buck stops here. No, we have to find out if people are getting paid and they're not working, and they have a problem. Let's say they have another job, and then they write in false statements. It's a big problem if they write in false statements. They may be working for somebody else but getting paid by the U.S. government, and that would mean that
they're not allowed to be doing that. You know, they're not allowed to be working for us and be working for somebody else. We're paying them a lot of money. We're paying them. So we'll see. That solves that problem. Most people aren't willing to say that, you know, we're doing this, and this for the U.S. government, and yet they're at another job, because that's a big problem for them if they do that. So in some cases, they're not writing back. And if they don't write back, they end up eventually losing their job. We give them extensions, but you know, that was something we thought about a long time ago. We give them extensions, but we'll see. We have to make sure, number one, that we have people, number two, that they're working, and number two, they're working for us, not for another company.
Is it true that President Zelensky's coming on Friday to meet with you? Is the mineral deal sorted out?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly, it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, you know, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy. And it's a very big deal. Look, it could be $1 trillion deal, it could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things. And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting. A war that should have never, ever happened. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People say, how do we know that it didn't happen for 4 years? Would have never happened. And nevertheless, this guy went into this situation and he spent money like nobody's ever seen. $350 billion. The other thing that we don't like is that Europe has spent $100 billion. We've spent $350 billion. Europe gets their money back because they spent it in the form of a loan. And we just gave them, whether it's 300 or 350 billion, nobody really knows. They can't even tell me the answer to that, but it means probably more than that. So what we're doing is now we're saying, look, we want to be secured. We want to get that money back. We're helping a country through a very, very big problem, a problem like very few people have had. Shouldn't have had this problem because it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. So we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
Mr. President, yesterday with Emmanuel Macron, you said you had spoken to Putin about the idea of peacekeepers in Ukraine, that Putin was fine with it. The Kremlin, I guess, has said that that's actually unacceptable to them.
Well, that's not what I was told, but you're going to need some form of peacekeeping, so something will be done that's going to be satisfactory to everybody. We need peacekeeping too.
Any situation
it's actually something I did discuss, but a form of peacekeeping that's acceptable to everybody. Ultimately, we'll be able to agree on something, I'm sure.
With Ukraine and this mineral deal, what does Ukraine get in return, Mr. President?
$350 billion and lots of equipment, and military equipment, and the right to fight on, and originally the right to fight. Look, Ukraine, I will say, they're very brave and they're good soldiers, but without the United States and its money and its military equipment, this war would have been over in a very short period of time. In fact, I was the one that gave the javelins. You remember the famous javelins? That was me. That wasn't Obama. It wasn't Biden. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. And they wiped out a lot of tanks with those javelins. And the expression was that Obama gave sheets and I gave the javelins. That was a big deal at the time. It wiped out. That was the beginning when people said, wow, that's something. Well, that was American equipment. Without American equipment, this war would have been over very quickly. And American money, too. I mean, a lot of money.
So that war-fighting equipment and the ammunition, that's sustained going forward for Ukraine, and how long is it sustained?
Well, it could go forward for a while, and maybe until we have a deal with Russia. Look, we need to have a deal with Russia, otherwise it's going to continue. But now when Americans put up their money, the taxpayer money, and the president approves it, we're getting our money back in some form. But it could go on for a while, or it could be settled quickly. I think it's going to be settled quickly. I spoke with President Putin. I think he wants to settle it. And once you get on with life, it's horrible. What's happening horrible. Thousands of soldiers a week are being killed. And others too, but especially on the battlefield. Thousands a week are being killed. And we want that to end.
Yeah,
Brian?
Yes. Okay. Real quickly. Carolyn Levitt,
press secretary, sent an earthquake through that briefing room earlier today announcing that the WHCA would not have any control over placing media in the seats in the briefing room. Just want to get your thoughts on that. And also on Air Force One, it's trending on X. People are talking about it. Get your thoughts.
Well, we're going to be now calling those shots. As you know, we won that lawsuit right there. See the Gulf of America, which is a beautiful name. Most people agree. I don't know. It's, AP has been terrible. Look, I think they're radical left. I think they're third-rate reporters. I know the specific young lady that works on the account is terrible. She's a radical left lunatic, as far as I'm concerned. They don't treat us fairly. That's number one. And number two, they had no right to do that. This is the Gulf of America. And if you look at that shoreline, look at that shoreline. Look, from Florida, well, most of it is, it's called America. And vast majority, like big numbers. So I'm just admiring it as I look at it. I'm getting teary-eyed, but I don't want you to say Trump broke down and started crying. No, how beautiful is that? Look at the shoreline. Look at that.
Well,
That's America.
Can I shift our attention to Canada real
Yes,
quick?
please.
Last week, I spent some time with two government officials from Canada. And I was asking them how realistic is it that Canada would be the 51st state?
Yeah.
And they told me there is a path. Alberta is first, and if they sign on, Saskatchewan would follow, and then you go west to British Columbia. There is a movement in Canada to join us. I want to get your thoughts on that and how that's proceeding.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada are liking becoming our beautiful, cherished 51st state. They'll have to pay much lower taxes. They'll have the ultimate security. You know, they don't pay very much for security right now because they rely on us, which is really unfair to us. They make cars that we could make, and they send it back into the United States. They make a lot of things, including the sending of oil and everything. We don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. In fact, we're going to be freeing up, and I've asked Howard Lutnick to get that done with Lee and everybody, Lee Zeldin, environmental. We're freeing up our forests. We're going to be able to take down trees. Right now, you know, we're so restricted environmentally. We're going to be freeing it up with an emergency order. We have an emergency order, and we're going to be freeing up our forests. We have more forests than almost anybody, and great lumber, great trees. We don't need anybody's trees. We don't need trees from Canada or anybody else. In fact, we have to put the slits, as they call them, the area, 50, 60-yard area in between areas of trees. It stops the fires. And frankly, California should have been doing that for years. It's almost getting late. They're going to run out of forests the way they're going. What a shame. And by the way, the water is flowing in California. I hope you people have seen it. But the water is flowing. Do you have a picture of that? Hold it up. Do you have a picture of that? Get a picture of it, please. You know, we had a little skirmish in California. I can't believe we had to do that. But we opened up the water in California. The water was flowing into a place called the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is only a drop. But for us, it's more water than we can use in California. So I'll get you some photographs, but it's a beautiful sight. The water is flowing in California. Beautiful water from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And it flows down, and instead of being routed out to the Pacific Ocean, and this has been going on for 20 years more in order to take care of a certain species of fish, which wasn't doing very well without water, I can tell you. So that's a big deal. It's like not reported, it's incredible. But California has a lot of water. That's going to take care of farmers. It's going to weten up the land. And it's going to go all the way down to Los Angeles, where they have curfews on water, where they have all sorts of blocks on water. You can only use so much. And we're going to put until just recently, they were going to put a number of gallons per person living in a house in Beverly Hills on water. You're not going to have that problem anymore. Do you have a picture? Let me just see what that looks like. How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful water flowing. Look at that. That's coming in the dikes and other means of transportation. Isn't that beautiful? Who would believe that? That's all water they could have had. I went to the governor during my first term and I said, why don't you do this? And they said they have an environmental problem with clean water. If this water were there, you wouldn't have had those fires. You had sprinklers. They make people put sprinklers in the ceiling of a home, and they had no water in them. With this, they would have had a lot of water in them. They would have all been full. They would have had you would have had a whole different deal down there. You probably wouldn't have had a fire, but if it was, it would have been small, would have been put on. You had the fire hydrants not working in California. So it's a beautiful site. These are canals that were built. These were all built. And you saw them for years. They were empty. Concrete. They call them the V-shapes or the half pipes. And they're shaped different forms, but they're shaped and they rush down through the farm areas where the farmers can take it and down to Los Angeles. And they were sitting empty for years. And now look at that. Look at that way it looked. It wasn't easy. We had to be very unfriendly to get into those areas. We opened it up.
Mr. President.
I essentially attacked California. Can you believe it? I attacked California. Let's go.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government who supported it accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
Covington and Burlington? Covington and Burlington.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe for long term? Do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops?
Wait, I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? A deranged person.
What do you say to people who were either targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that. So don't talk to me about targeting. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there are approximately 2 million federal employees right now. By the end of your term, what do you expect that number to be? What would you like that number to be?
Well, it'll be lower, but I can't tell you. Everybody knows I ran on downsizing government, but making government better. I ran on tariffs and making our country rich, and that's what it's going to do. We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. And never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks out? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Mr. President, are there any requirements for that gold card? Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So the EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card. and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card, and for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. So it's a gold card. It's somewhat like a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. It's a road to citizenship for people. And essentially people of wealth or people of great talent, where people of wealth pay for those people of talent to get in, meaning companies will pay for people to get in and to have long-term status in the country. And I think it's something we're very, very happy about. Would you have anything to say about that?
Well, many other countries, by the way, do this, including, of course, your 51st state does that.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt, yes.
Do you need Congress for this? Do you think you need
No, we don't need Congress, no, because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card. It's a path to citizenship, a very strong path to citizenship, but we're not doing the citizenship. For that, I'd have to get Congress.
And would all countries be eligible for this gold?
Depends. The countries largely, the people will be vetted very carefully.
Mr. President, in Ukraine, would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future under a peace agreement?
Say it again louder.
Would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future as part of
You mean like
the peace
security?
agreement? Yeah.
Well, people are going to do it. I think Europe will largely be responsible for that. European countries will be responsible.
But Macron asked for a U.S. backup.
Well, we'll see. I mean, right now we're just in the process of negotiating. We've pretty much negotiated our deal on rare earth and various other things. We'll be looking at that security. You're talking about general security for Ukraine later on. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There are a lot of people who want to do it. And I spoke with Russia about it. They didn't seem to have a problem with it. So I think they understand. They're not going back in. Once we do this, they're not going back in.
So on that gold card, aircraft, wouldn't the U.S. provide, for instance, air defense?
Well, I just told you, right now we're not providing anything. You know, it's about Europe too. Europe put in $100 billion and we put in $350 billion. It's not a fair thing. You know, we would normally say, and I say it now anyway, but we want equalization. They should put up actually more money than us because they're right there. We have an ocean in between. But we've had very good talks with Russia, we've had very good talks with Ukraine, and we think it maybe will come to an end and we'll stop killing young people all over the battlefield and elsewhere.
All Europe, so do you plan to maintain having military presence in Europe in the long term, like tens of thousands of troops?
We'll be involved, we'll be involved in Europe. We're involved in Europe now. Europe is our friend, and they take advantage of us on trade. We don't like that. What the EU does, we don't like that. But we'll solve that the old-fashioned way. We'll give them the same reciprocal numbers. You know, we're talking about a reciprocal tax, you know that. And if they charge us, we charge them. Right now, they charge us much, much more than we charge them. And they have non-monetary taxes also and tariffs. And we're going to change that. It's all changing. It's all changing. We're not going to be the people that we were. We had people in this office sitting right at this desk or another model of this desk. Because as you know, the other desk is right now being refurbished.
Is Steve Witkoff delaying his trip to the Middle East?
No, not that I know of. No, Steve. And the Middle East has been great. Saudi Arabia has treated us really well. They really have. I think Qatar has treated us very well too. They want to get that whole mess ended in the Middle East. You know, we don't even talk about that anymore. You guys haven't asked one question about the Middle East, but the Middle East seems to be doing relatively well.
May I ask about the Middle East? For months, even before you were elected in November, you've spoken about your desire to free all of those hostages that have been held by Hamas since October the 7th, a year and a half ago. And just a few weeks ago, you gave an ultimatum. You said if they're not all released by noon on February the 15th, there would be hell to pay. Is Hamas thumbing their nose at you, Mr. President?
No, I think the opposite. So, as you know, they weren't going to release any more hostages. And I said there's going to be hell to pay. And then they agreed that they were going to release the hostages that they had agreed to release, plus an extra one. And so that you could say that was a big difference. But I said it from that point, it's up to Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. I may have taken a different stance. But they did release, they went back to releasing the hostages. But if you remember, they said we weren't going to release any. They've totally ended it. And I said, well, they're not going to release any. They'll be held to pay. And but the rest is really up to him. What I may have done it differently than him. It's not my decision. It's his decision. But they did release all of those hostages. So.
Mr. President, when you spoke to Vladimir Putin, did he raise or did you discuss at all the possibility of a minerals deal on Ukrainian land that Russia now controls?
I didn't discuss Russia. I'd like to buy minerals on Russian land too, if we can. The rare earth, they have very good rare earth also. They both do, I would say that, and oil and gas. Look, it's a great thing. If we sell this, it's great for Russia too, because we can do deals there. They have very valuable land that isn't utilized. So something like that could take place, yeah.
Have you put raising or lifting sanctions against Russia on the table as your...
No, we haven't lifted any sanctions on
On
anybody.
the table as part of any negotiation?
I guess it will be at some point, but right now we haven't agreed to lift sanctions on anybody.
On that gold card, getting back to that, I'm fascinated by this, Mr. President.
You should be fascinated. Your taxes will go down to nothing.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible. They're not quite as wealthy as they used to be. They're not as wealthy as they used to be. I think they can afford. I think they can afford $5 million. No, a lot of people are going to want to. A lot of people are going to want to be in this country, and they'll be able to work and provide jobs and build companies and pay taxes. All of those things. It's an incredible. It's an incredible thing. I mean, this is the group that is the first to hear it. Nobody's heard about it. Nobody ever thought about it, but we've been thinking about it very, very strongly over the last week. And I was going to announce it sometime next week, and I figured, why not? We have a lot of cameras blazing right now. We might as well do it now. We'll have Caroline announce it the next time. No, it's a great thing. The gold card. Remember the words, the gold card. Somebody said, can we call it the Trump gold card? I said, if it helps, use the name Trump. I'll give it to you for free.
Mr. President, you probably just launched 10,000 stories. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that question?
I know. Isn't it interesting how many stories we do tell? And they all turn out to be true, and they all turn out to be ultimately correct. You know, Trump was right about everything. Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? I'm going to give it to this gentleman. Get me one of those.
But they're all going to be vetted. Everybody who comes in gets vetted, okay? They get vetted, so you gotta, you know. We're going to begin in 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. The sale will start in about 3 weeks.
Mr. President, do you see a more active role for President Zelensky now, given the status?
I hope so. I mean, look, I think that we want to get that country back on its feet. And right now, it's been destroyed. It's all up here. Give me this here. Give me all of them. Look. See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody said, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them. You know? But we were, pretty much. You want one? Are you allowed to take one? Because he'll consider it. I know him well. He's sort of a stiff. Brian, you're not a stiff. He's sort of a stiff guy. He'll take other things, but not a free hand.
Always say yes to the president. Always say yes to the
Would
president.
anybody like one?
Mr. President, an easy question perhaps for you, maybe it's difficult. I'm going to ask you this question about the.
Who do you work for?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Who?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Yeah, who are they?
I work for Gray Television, America's second largest broadcaster, and I work for iHeartRadio. So there you go. Let me ask you the easier, tough question, Mr. President. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them, and absolutely they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away, by the way? We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today, and they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them. We have a lot of teams. We just had the great hockey team, as you know, Florida come here. We have many of the great athletes come that win things.
What's the main obstacle holding up this PGA Tour Live Golf?
Well, they have to get together. You know, they've had a lot of discussion back and forth. They both are meaning well, and a deal will ultimately happen. I think it'll happen pretty quickly. It'd be nice to see the golfers, the best golfers, be able to play against each other.
What's your role been in this whole?
Just to help expedite it. Tiger was here. Adam Scott was here. Jay Monahan was here the other day. Just to really help expedite it. We had Yasser here from Saudi Arabia, great guy. These are all great people, and they want to work it out. So if I can help them work it out, I don't get anything out of it. If I can help them work it out, I just think golf, it's very much of an individual sport, and you want to see the best players playing against each other, not playing in 2 different locations, right?
What's going to be more challenging, the PGA Live deal or Russia-Ukraine deal?
I think the PGA deal is much more complicated.
So may I ask you the Middle East question, if I may? What's your take on what's happening in the West Bank and what Israel?
Well, it's a movement up there that a lot of people are concerned about. And there's been a lot of Israeli movement. They're up there for a reason. All of a sudden, maybe they're not feeling so good about that. So that'd be terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. But there is movement up there that nobody knew about. Right? You know that, right?
Yeah, and when you say, are you concerned about it as well?
I'm concerned about everything. I want the world to be peaceful. You know, when I left here, we had no war. We had defeated ISIS in less than 4 weeks. In fact, I took the general that defeated ISIS and I put him in charge of the whole ball game, because that's what we want. We want winners. Raising Cane, you know, Raising. And when I heard that name, I said, I like that name. That's the kind of general I like. So we'll see. But he was great. He's a great soldier. Not a politician, a soldier, a real soldier. You know that, Brian. This guy was the real. This guy's the
story a million times.
Yeah, this guy's the real deal. And I think he's going to do a great job. But think of it. We had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had no problems. And then all of a sudden you have October 7th in Israel, which was horrible. And then you see what happened with Ukraine. Russia would have never gone in if the election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. The 2020 election was rigged. And we got out of it. And you see what happened. You see what happened to our country. Inflation, Afghanistan, that horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think when Russia saw what happened in Afghanistan, they said, wow, it's a paper tiger. We're not a paper tiger. We are the strongest military force in the world. And by the way, Pete Hegseth is doing a great job. But we didn't have wars. We didn't have inflation. We had a strong border. We had everything going good. And then Biden got in, and he's, my opinion, the worst president in the history of our country. I think Jimmy Carter was a very happy man when he passed away 2 weeks ago.
What are you expecting at the cabinet meeting tomorrow?
It'll be a cabinet meeting, and I'll preside, unlike Biden, I'll preside over my own cabinet meeting.
Mr. President, how would you compare your cabinet in your second term to your cabinet that you had in your first term?
Well, I had some great people in my second term. I think this is deeper. I think it's better because it's deeper. I had some people that I didn't really like too much in my cabinet, but I didn't know Washington then. I was a New York person. I knew New York intimately, but I had to rely on people. I had great people. Look, we got the biggest tax cuts in history. I rebuilt the military. I mean, we did so much. We did unbelievable. Even right to try. Somebody was saying today they were saved by right to try. We did right to try medically. We did transparency medically. That was a big thing, but Biden canceled that one. He didn't cancel right to try, which is interesting. He didn't cancel Space Force. He was going to cancel Space Force. Space Force is turning out to be invaluable. Amazing. We created Space Force. But think of it, we rebuilt our entire military, and now we're going to have to patch it up a little bit again because of what's happened. No, this was a grossly incompetent administration. The only thing they were good at was cheating in elections and the weaponization of government. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
President Trump now addressing House Republicans at the White House. He just walked in. Let's listen live.
You gotta vote for us. The speaker would call and say, please, please get him to vote. I said, it's 4 a.m. And everybody took the call, and just about everybody voted. And it's an amazing thing. So amazing that I just signed, and it was really helped a lot by our big, beautiful deal that we just did, the big, beautiful bill, as we call it. But I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan. And that was done with Japan. They had their top people here, and we worked on it long and hard, and it's a great deal for everybody. I always say it has to be great for everybody. It's a great deal. A lot different from the deals in the past, I can tell you that. But we're doing really well as a country. We're strong. We have a lot of money flowing in. The tariffs are kicked in better than anybody other than me and a few of the people in the room thought could happen, Howard and Scott. And I just want to thank you. You've been unbelievable allies, because you're really allies. That's what you've been, and we appreciate it. Some were very difficult, but you got there. And some were a little bit, they had a little confidence, and they came in early, and we just appreciate everybody. But we're gathered tonight to celebrate 6 months of incredible achievements by one of the most successful House majorities in American history. Despite having an incredibly narrow margin, and you know that, we had actually one period, Speaker, where we had one. In other words, we had a majority of one. Then we took a few good victories with some little elections that took place. A couple of other things happened, and we ended up with 7. But we had one, and the Speaker said to me, you know, we're one heart attack away from losing the majority. We don't want to be there, and I think the results of what we're doing together will give us a tremendous midterm. We're going to work together very hard. We're going to make all those robocalls for you, and we're going to pick it up, and we're going to really we're going to increase. I think we should increase by a lot. But despite this incredibly narrow margin that you've already fulfilled, think of this: more promises than any Congress in generations. There's been no Congress, and we've had some even where we were up quite a bit, but there's been no Congress like this Congress in terms of achievement that people can even think of. Now, we have to take world wars out. We can take a couple of things out, but basically there's never been anything like this. And we did this with very small majorities. And I want to thank John Thune also, because the Senate has been, and all of the people in the Senate, because they've been terrific also, working with Mike and everybody. But I especially tonight want to thank Speaker Johnson for doing a job that I think he'll go down, and I think he's got a long way to go. He's going to go down as one of the greatest speakers at any time in history. And you know, and I say this, you needed a very precise personality to get these voters. If you had somebody that was just a little bit off, you were going to lose 20 votes. Then you couldn't lose any. So I just want to thank you. And everybody believes that too, Mike. Thank you very much. Great job. And Kelly is here. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Also, a man of great courage, Steve Scalise. He's our majority leader. No, I've told the story so many times, but he was very brave. I saw him in the worst of times. I was there at his hospital late at night with his incredible wife, and we thought Steve was not with us. He was going to be a goner, and he was tough. And I actually think you look better now than you did then. If you want to, you look better now than you did before this horrible thing happened. So whatever the hell you're doing, you're going to have to let us know, all right? But he's great. And another guy who I've really gotten to like, and usually this doesn't happen because I used to have little arguments. I said, well, he's a tough guy. He's a nasty, tough guy. And then I realized how talented he was, how good he was. And we got to be, I think, really good friends. Tom Emmer, he's incredible, actually. But his wife, oh, there she is. But she liked me, and she said, you know, you don't understand my husband. He's really, and she turned out to be right. His greatest asset. Thank you both for that. She's incredible. And every other member of Congress that's with us, we have almost pretty much a full contingent. Some of you have your spouses, and we appreciate, and that's why we appreciate what you've had to go through. These were late nights, and a lot of them too. We had a lot of them. We had, if we turned off the phones at 3:30 in the morning, we weren't working very hard. It was really something. So I just want to thank you all. And we also have Secretary Scott Bessent. Is Scott here someplace? I think so. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And we just came in from the Oval Office where a few people got to watch the negotiation with Japan. It was interesting. Doug Burgum, I think, might be here someplace. Doug, hi, Doug. And I said to the Japanese trade representatives, and these were the top people, we concluded the one deal, Doug, and now we're going to conclude another one because they're forming a joint venture with us in Alaska, as you know, for the LNG. So I said, we'll all do that together with Chris. Is Chris here? I don't know. Chris, right? If you could set that up, Doug, it would be great. But they're all set to make that deal now, so I think it's good. This was really the one they had to make, and we're going to make a deal with Japan on the LNG in Alaska, right? Okay, thank you very much. And Howard Lutnick, who was terrific. He was terrific. Howard. He'll never go back into private industry again because he's seen numbers that are so big. This deal is, they say, the biggest deal ever made. And we have Europe coming in tomorrow and the next day. We have some other ones coming in. We're doing things that have never been done in this country before. And our country's becoming very rich again. And that's the way it should be. They're not taking advantage of us. And it's very good. But Howard will never go back into private. You know, he had a big company, but the biggest deal you've ever made is like a quarter of a line of the deal we just left, right? So it's a little tough. Scott Turner is here. It's terrific, Scott. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. Good job. Good job, Scott. Thank you very much. In fact, Scott, come here. Come here. I'm going to have Scott say grace. Give a little prayer, yes? I hope the television stays on. You know, they have a tendency to turn off, but I think that's good. What do you think, Brian? Yes? Come on, Scott. And nobody does it like this man. He's better at this than he is at housing, but he's good at housing. That's great, Scott. Thank you. How are you, sir? I'm good. Good.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. We're so grateful for you, grateful for your sacrifice and for your heart for people, your heart for this country, your heart to do what's right, no matter what. And I'm so grateful that the Lord called us to be together for such a time as this. And so I really appreciate you. And I know I can speak for everyone out here that you are a tremendous leader. And we thank God for you. And we thank God for the First Lady and your family and everything that you've gone through for this country. And we're proud to stand with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's pray. Father in heaven, we thank you. We're so grateful that we have this time to stand in your presence. Father God, we are at the White House. Father God, the most powerful place in the land. And Father, we thank you that President Trump allows us to take this time and go before the throne of heaven and give you reverence. You are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, and Jesus, we thank you. We thank you that you love us so much. God, we thank you for this awesome privilege to serve the people of the United States of America. Father, the Bible says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And Father, we put you on your rightful place tonight, on the thrones of our heart. And Father God, on the throne of this country. Father God, we humble ourselves before you tonight, and we thank you for your goodness, for your mercy, for your grace. Father, we pray for those precious people in Central Texas, Father God, that have lost loved ones, who have lost children, who have lost family members. Thank you, God, for those on the ground who are working hard to, Father God, to help those to be recovered and rescued and restored. And Father, we pray in the days ahead, it's going to get real dark, but Father, we know that you're a light in the midst of darkness. Lord, I thank you for the people of Texas, that they are so resilient. And God, we thank you that you are so faithful in the midst of the storm. Now, Father, tonight we thank you for every congressional member, their staff, their families, their spouses. Lord, thank you for giving us favor to pass this one big, beautiful bill and what it does for the people of this great country, not just for now, but for the posterity of our nation. And Lord, tonight, may you be glorified in our time together. And Lord, I pray that you would bless our president. God, everything he puts his hands to, we pray you would bless it. Strengthen him. Father, give him wisdom like never before. Open his eyes to see like he's never seen, and his ears to hear your sweet, small voice in the midnight hour. Lord, let him know that it is well with his soul. In Jesus' name, amen.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything?
Hey guys, it's been a long live. Was studying the whole time, in and outside with my dog for a second, but I'm gonna have to cut the live here. I have to step out and get some things done, but it was a lot of fun watching the live with you guys, and I appreciate every single one of you for coming in. I really do apologize for ending the live. I don't like to just, end the live and just cut off the stream without letting the people that are watching know, or, finish up their conversation, whatever they were having before I actually end the live. So I do appreciate every single one of you. You guys could have chose a bunch of other lives. You guys chose to stay here with me. If you want to support the channel, watch more of these lives. I didn't do a lot of commentary today because I have a lot of studying to do. So I was just doing that in the background. I didn't need to get a lot of, work done for medical school. So with that said, guys, I'm going to give you guys about 5 more minutes to kind of wrap up every conversation you guys had. I know you guys were going back and forth over one thing or another. So let's make it 3 minutes. I'm going to give you guys about 3 minutes. You guys can wrap it up, and I'm going to come back and just end the live. Is that fair? I'll make it 5, so everybody can wrap up and just, call it a night. And with that said, guys, I'm just going to let it.
To get your brand in front of your face.
So 5 more minutes, guys, then I'm going to close out the live. If you guys don't mind, you guys can share the video, subscribe to the channel, and thank you for all your support, guys. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Scott. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. So nice. So we also want to thank Linda McMahon, who's right now, where are you, Linda? She's out negotiating with a lot of different people. What a great cabinet member and person, and she's working on bringing education back to the states where it belongs. And lots of other things like how come Harvard got $5 billion in the last year and a half or 2 years. $5 billion they got. Linda said, you know, you're not going to be happy. What? Harvard's getting billions and billions of dollars, and they're not spending it nicely, and they're very discriminatory and lots of other things. And she's got a tough judge. She's got a judge that would typically not be with us, but I don't want to say that because you never know what happens. But we'll win that case ultimately. We're going to win it. No decision made yet, but she's in the middle of a lot of things. But Linda, you have been unbelievable. Thank you very much. Great job you've done. And I said hello to Chris Wright. Chris is the most talented person. Doug actually said that I offered Doug Department of Energy noise. He said, I have somebody better. He's never said that in his whole life about anybody, Mary. He's never said that about anybody, but he said Chris Wright is so incredible, and he has certainly. He's the #1 guy in the oil industry, and he left for, I won't even tell you the money he was making. It was crazy money, but he knew that, and he wanted this, and he and Doug have done an incredible job, and thank you, Chris, very much. And Doug Collins, where's Doug Collins? Doug Collins, what a great guy he's been. What a great guy. At the VA right now, you have a 92% approval rating. That's not bad. Let's see if you can get it up a little bit. Who are the 8%, right? But he's working on it. He is working on it. He's incredible. What a job. Thank you, Doug. What a great job you're doing. Appreciate it. As well as EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Where's Lee? This guy. People don't know, he was a great lawyer, like top of the line, and then he became a congressman in a race that he had no chance to win. He won, and was a congressman like for 6 years or something, and was highly respected. And then he took a shot at running for governor of New York, even though people said it was almost impossible to even think about, and he almost won. He came so close, almost won. And I appointed him as the environmental czar. He's our environment czar. And what a job, secretary on the cabinet. He's got everything. And the job he's been doing is incredible because we have $16 trillion so far invested in our country. We've never had anything even close. And this is just really in the last 4 months, not 6 months. And that's when we started accepting things and getting things going and getting them rock and rolling. And Lee is getting the permits for people so fast. You know, the biggest problem they have is we can't build if you're not going to give us the permits, or if it's going to take 9 years to get a permit and then get rejected. You know, they'd wait 9, 10, 12 years to do environmental impact statements, and at the end of 12 years, they'd get a rejection, 3-2. You know, they gave their lives to it. We don't do that anymore. He does it within weeks, and we really appreciate Lee. He's got an incredible staff, and we appreciate the job he's done. He's an unbelievable guy. OMB Director Russ Ford. Nobody knows the finances of this country and the waste, fraud, and abuse better than Russell. So Russell, I want to thank you for doing such a great job. You're really in there fighting, and really was a big help during this whole situation that we had, Tom, right, with Russ. When we had to know the numbers, there's nobody that knows him better. He lives with them. Director of National Intelligence. Oh, where's Tulsi? She's like hotter than everybody. She's the hottest one in the room right now. Because she found out, I think we knew it before, in all fairness, Tulsi. But now you have certainty. She has all the documents. She has everything that you need. And she found out that Barack Hussein Obama led a group of people, and they cheated in the elections, and they cheated without question. It's not even a quote. Would you say there's even a little question there, Tulsi? She says no. And you found things that nobody thought we'd ever find. And I'm very happy and very honored to have you with us. She's right now, by far, Speaker, she's hotter than you right now, Speaker. She's the hottest person in the room right now, Speaker. So Tulsi, great job, and I know you have a lot more coming. She told me you've seen nothing yet. So I heard those rumors about you, but now I know they're true. So we're very proud of you, Tulsi. They cheated so badly, and ultimately it led to a loss in 2020, and it shouldn't have been a loss. It was a big victory. We won by a lot. We had to do it again. But if I thought we lost, I would never have run again. And this is a far more consequential election than it would have been if we did. That's the only thing I can say in favor of it. But we can't ever let that happen again to our country. Look at what happened in terms of inflation, in terms of so many things. But most importantly, maybe in terms of allowing millions and millions of people into our country that we shouldn't have. We shouldn't have these people in our country. And the levels of violence and things that we're seeing are so bad, and we're getting them out, and Tom Holman and Christie have done an incredible job, and but we're getting them out. But this should have never happened. It was like just a terrible, unforced error. The only thing that I can't figure out, I always like to figure the other side. Why would they do this? Why would they allow people to come into our country from all over the world, not just South America, but from Venezuela, but from all over the world? They came. And they came by hundreds of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands a day. When you look at some of these, they break down gates. We built hundreds of miles of wall. They didn't break down the wall, but anything that wasn't a wall, they were able to break it down. And they came in, though, by the millions. And we're going to be paying a price for this, so we are paying a price. It's all consuming. And we have to get 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered more than one person. And they're in here, and some are already gone. We've gotten them out. Some we can't get out. We want to put them in jails because we're afraid they'll come back. They're so violent. And they used to say, no, these are illegal immigrants. They said, are very kind people.